other countries.
One before you
there are good levels here in Australia. There are good players, so they have to work hard. And maybe in the future, Australia is
I've been traipsing the series futsal.
2 years ago now, roughly. He had longer hair. When you first see him,
It looks weird.
Victory.
Yeah, it looks weird.
He's got long hair. He scores a winner on top.
Yeah. It's finally a cold evening. It's beautiful. Yeah, it's beautiful. No, I love it.
It makes me think it's summer, isn't it?
It's pure autumn. It's pure autumn. I love it. It's the best time of year. The running's underway. It is always good to see Nico.
It's 2 weeks without futsal. It's the longest time.
It sucks. It feels like a month. I was saying to Noel when we came here, it feels like the start of the season again. Genuinely.
A little bit, yeah.
It really does. It feels like match day 1.
Big gap up to
Oh yeah.
that might be possible.
I don't know if we're live yet or not.
We're not using it. Whenever we're not on.
Halo, salam olahraga untuk seluruh pencinta futsal di Indonesia. Kami dari Moreland Futsal Club dan Series Futsal akan mengadakan giveaway di mana akan dipilih 15 pemenang. Masing-masing pemenang akan mendapatkan 1 jersey original dari Moreland Futsal Club. Syaratnya sangat gampang, langsung saja follow akun Instagram ini dan akan dipilih selama 5 hari ke depan. Jadi tunggu apa lagi? Let's go!
I grew up with low self-esteem. It was me and my mama just us in the trauma. Hands up if you know what I mean. I see you, I feel you. I want you to know that you're not alone. I know what it's like not to have a home. Feel like I live in the end zone. I'm the one leading the drives. The crew riding around in a Benzo.
It's round 12, right?
It is round 12 this evening.
Beautiful again.
Look at me now.
A good futsal player has to be intelligent. It's the most important.
It was almost the longest time without futsal, but we have finally returned to the Darebin Community Sports Stadium for round 12 of the men's series futsal competition. Adam Plumby and Ethan Rigg on the gantry tonight. Ethan, it's so goddamn good to be back.
Good evening, Adam. Good evening, everyone watching. It is a pleasure to be back. How long has it felt without futsal? 2 weeks feels like an eternity, but it will be well and truly worth the wait. We come back to 3 absolute belters by the looks of it.
And to kick off Those belters, like Ethan likes to say, it's Fitzroy who lock horns with Western United. Last time the Master came up against the Apprentice, it had gone the way of Fernando de Moraes' side, getting their first win against Fitzroy in this season's competition. And tonight he lines up with Lucas Grigg as the goalkeeper, Nice Parthamos as the captain, the Angelatos brothers on court with Skopalidis. As for the Tigers, Aaron Hughes the goalkeeper, Josh Allen, Kozzy Russo, Harry Robotis and Seb Wickett consist of the starting lineup on court. It's always great to see Josh Allen back in living colour, doing what he does best, playing futsal. And a bit of a narrative, Ethan, considering it's the first time Aaron New will come up against one of his former employers.
I was about to say, certainly some fire in this one for him tonight, and the goalkeepers, Adam, have really been that focal point of all of the headlines surrounding this game. At Western United, they didn't know whether to go for Tyler Lewis, who also a former Fitzroy player in himself, or Lucas Grigg. They've gone the nod for Lucas Grigg, but for Aaron New, you sense this might be an emotional one.
One of the more polarising mid-season transfers, Aaron New to Fitzroy. Certainly turned head waves and ultimately allowed for that transfer to occur. Northern Phoenix not holding on to Tyler Lewis, who finds himself back in SFV competition. Lucas Grigg nearly tested, a long ball over the top, was testing. Seb Wickett's header not guided beyond out of Grigg.
And you can see straight away why Fitzroy wanted to sign Aaron New. That ability on the ball to be able to go long but also drop in short. Clipped a nice ball onto a darting Seb Wickett, who made the run perfectly. They got in behind Western United there, who looked like they might have been caught napping. So a couple early warning signs for Dima Rice and co.
A very equipped Fitzroy's team tonight. But how about that from Skopalidis? He says to Aaron, you have a look at me, and Western have stolen a goal here.
Goal scorer for Western United, number 15, Darcy Skopalidis.
No time to call out the teams in this one, Ethan. It's a tremendous start from the Masters side. It was a masterful finish by Skopalidis, a player with such confidence at the moment. And it was showcased in that finish.
It was a beautiful finish. He took it so well, drilled it to the bottom corner. Aaron Hughes' first test against his former side goes the way of Western United. He took it so calmly, someone who's been such an important asset for them this season, United, showcasing why. And straight away after the break, United out the traps.
Having a look at Fitzroy's bench, Sakawal Jaron, Max Cruz, Christian Peluso, Yanni Piro, Javaro Nepomuceno, Scott Rogan, all awaiting to come on court. Meanwhile, Robotis can roll it back for Josh Allen. It's one apiece already.
Goal scorer for Fitzroy, number 2, Josh Allen.
JA2, trademark in front of goal. All the composure in the world with the pivot, and it's one apiece.
Lovely finish as well from Josh Allen, and a great move from Fitzroy. Could have gone into their shell after going a goal down early, but it was lovely, lovely futsal. Allen in the right place at the right time. Like you said, a real pivots finish. It was beautifully taken. And a guy who's only really come back into the fold recently with a nice goal.
Angelatos brothers trying to combine in the forward third. Jerry trying to thread the needle for Angus, and the ball just bobbles away and out of play. Both sides, Ethan, have crashed out the gate and haven't even been able to have a look at the Western United bench.
We really haven't. It's been a breakneck start to the game. It's a stacked bench this evening. Obviously, Bayrakli on there, Monteleone, Tyler Lewis, as we've mentioned as well, and Moseni rounding out this bench. Western United, not as many numbers as Fitzroy coming into tonight. There were a couple of talks about availability issues for the squad, but they've certainly gone strong and they've got all of their big names in.
Parthamos for Skopalidis, bit pedestrian. And now Robotis asked a bit much of Josh Allen. Grigg will try find Angelatos. Russo for Robotis. Lateral, Wickett. Trying to step beyond a former teammate of Skopalidis. The whistle from the official on the far side will sound. Ball out of play.
One thing with Western United so far in terms of the setup, you've seen Elias Parthamos sit in every position. Here he is now deepest, but you saw him move up almost to flank alongside Skopalidis in that last passage. So they've sensed that Fitzroy might be looking to press him early as the deepest line player.
Parthamos. Angelatos trying to block Cosi Russo. Bit of froth on the court this evening. You hear that from the ambience audio, just a lot of screeches. You can see Cosi Russo just gesturing towards the soles of his feet, trying to make sure he's got some traction. Skopelides moving forward. Angelatos will find Jerry. Aaron New's palms will be stung.
Terrific run from Skopelides, just took 3 Tigers out of the game. Rolled it to Angelatos, who did well to find his brother in the end. It was a tricky ball to take from him heading backwards. Clipped it out wide the first time. And Aaron New, although beaten with the first shot Western United had, stood up tall this time.
Skopelides. Ball ricocheting. Aaron New will come firmly off his goal line. Cosi Russo keeps it in by the skin of its teeth. Seb wicket. Allen calling for calm. Wants players to come a bit shorter as Fitzroy just take their time in possession. Wicket. Russo. Josh Allen. Aaron New just patiently waiting as an option potentially. Wicket. Uses Aaron New. And well, the official deems that Aaron New touched the ball illegally. And look at the delegation occurring here with Western United, Ethan. They know this is a genuine opportunity to score from.
This is a golden opportunity for Western United. I would expect Parthamos and Skopelides to probably be the real only two go with it, because they have a massive chance now to put Fitzroy on the back foot again after the Tigers were starting to find their groove a little bit and grow into this game. You saw the combination start to get moving. Josh Allen really adopted that deeper role beautifully and was able to get some calm. But can United once again ruffle a few feathers?
Scott Rogan's first involvement will be to block this potential free kick, which might be fired towards him. Angelatos for Jerry, for Parthamos. Aaron New spreads well.
Good save. A very good save from Aaron New. He set his wall up well along that line. He would have understood what Western United were trying to do, and in the end got out big. Had a feeling it would be coming to Parthamos, and he made a terrific stop, closed the angle right down.
Rogan trying to use his body. Skopelides impedes him. Rogan in frustration hammer fists the floor. He's not looking exactly too comfortable after that first involvement with Skopelides, who's in possession. His back was turned. Managed to just turn towards goal and fire his shot, which went wide.
Scott Rogan not happy about that either, claiming that Skopelides stood on him, left one on him, but Western United do that so well. Parthamos again from deep, orchestrating the play, a beautiful clip into Skopelides, who turns well, had the runners either side, chose to go alone. Angelatos maybe the only one he could have utilised.
Rogan, well Jaron, trying to combine with Scott Rogan, who's gotten around his marker, around the keeper Rogan. Skopelides off the line.
Massive clearance from Darcy Skopelides. Rogan just carved Western United open down that left-hand side. I think it was a cutback looking for Peluso, who darted across, and Skopelides alert to the danger.
Rogan for Russo. Trying to shift around the man mountain of Skopelides. Peluso. Not inside of Parthamos. Of course, Pasco lock horns with the Blues for the second fixture of round 12. We close out the show with Carlton Heart, who are in desperate need of a victory against Hume FC, who have caught upon some futsal rules for tonight's game. As Nepomuceno first touches in this one. Russo's shot will be blocked. Lucas Grigg imposes himself and claims the ball.
You can see with Nepomuceno straight away just such an injection of energy into this Fitzroy side, and it brings the best out of everyone else around him.
Pedestrian pass, and now Russo can fire towards goal. Had a glimpse, Cosi. Well, the official on broadcast side is having a chat with Lucas Grigg. Peluso thought that might have taken the slightest of touches on its journey through. Of course, for Nepomuceno, another very big mid-season signing for Fitzroy. It was rumoured perhaps to go to Western United at one stage, while trying desperately to get his signature. Peluso, very determined. Parthamos. Wants handball, so do his Western teammates, and that's what they get.
You can see the hunger with those new signings as well. Nepomuceno injecting a real energy of that sparkle that Fitzroy maybe could have lacked at times in the first 10 games that we've seen so far. And with Peluso, you can see the desire in him to chase down. This is the project that they've all bought into.
Parthamos nipping at the heels of Nepomuceno. Aaron Hughes hit the deck. And well, Ethan, you mentioned feeling in this one. It's just starting to rear its ugly head. And it's all with Western upon Fitzroy.
It certainly is, isn't it? Aaron Hughes, his first real venture he's been able to have outside of his own D, and Parthamos was straight on him.
And Aaron Hughes been caught in no man's land, and Parthamos went to Trivella. Angelatos will claim there was a bit of a chop there from the keeper that went on a journey and was nowhere near home. It was a rolling foul as deemed by the broadcast official. Talking point brewing already, Ethan.
Aaron Hughes might be a touch lucky with that one. Parthamos picks his pocket and goes round him. But more so for Elias, it's about that finish. Instead of trying the Trivella, he's just got to cut inside and go with the side foot. And as a result of that miss, you see the frustration.
Parthamos impedes Nepomuceno. Almost like a Santina Morella Cobra. Had the hand right near his collarbone, and well, Fitzroy will have a free kick. It's great to be back on a Friday night here in Darebin. Already seen a couple of goals in this one. Fitzroy now trying to gain the lead for the first time. Also rolling for Nepomuceno. You never know what he's going to do, Javaro. He wasn't even looking at the ball in his trademark appearance towards it, and well, the ball fists out of play.
Angelatos does well to hold up Nepomuceno. He could easily have dived in and caused an opening for the Fitzroy man, but he stood up well, waited until the last second and was able to time it to perfection.
United's almost perfect in getting themselves out of defence. It's a brilliant ball from Parthamos for Angelatos. Russo takes no prisoners and clears, but they were so composed, Ethan, considering Angelatos. Avangas had to put a standing challenge in from behind against Waljaran inside the box. Is never an easy feat to complete. But at the other end, have a corner. Monteleone never caught it sweetly. And now Peluso wants to travel forward. His shot will be blocked and will just find itself into the path of Lucas Greek, who's gone long. This one's really opening up in quick succession. End-to-end futsal with balls flying at both ends. Although it will be called back for a side ball mid-court.
Angus Angelatos has had a huge few minutes. He committed fully and did brilliantly to make a real chase-down challenge on Christian Peluso just as he pulled the trigger to take all the sting out of it. Otherwise, it could have been dangerous. And two really well-timed challenges have allowed Western United to be able to play that passage with so much composure.
Nepomuceno finds Peluso. Bodies for Western in the way. Russo for Nepomuceno. Tried finding that bottom left corner of the net.
It's not a bad effort from Nepomuceno. Maybe a little bit tamed on the strike. Got fortunate with it going through a pair of legs, but that's where he's so dangerous when he's able to cut in on that left foot and try and bend it towards that far corner.
Barakli in his first touch. Monteleone. Parthamos really making things tick. Puts a lot on it for Angelatos, and play will fizzle out.
Just one thing I have noticed. Fitzroy are happy to let Parthamos drift inside onto that right foot. They're closing down that left-sided option, so they're almost trying to draw him in to opening up the court and opening United up forcefully when they haven't gone on the press and they've let him been able to keep possession.
Nepomuceno. Peluso stepping inside, ricocheting ball while Jaron lofted, headed towards Nepomuceno. Recycled with Allen. Nepomuceno on broadcast side. Central is Josh Allen. Peluso wanting to run at Barakli. Onto his left, Peluso. Grigg couldn't control. Heads up in the crowd.
United don't clear the first ball well. From a deflection, they let Waljarin go up uncontested, unopposed. and he's able to then recycle it through Nepomuceno and Josh Allen, and it just gives Fitzroy yet another few moments of pressure to really put this United team under.
Allen, Monteleone stepping forward very quickly to try lock in Fitzroy in that offensive half. And backtrack to prevent Allen from getting him behind. Fitzroy with the ascendancy. Western just absorbing some pressure. Nepomuceno brushes away Angelatos. Well, Jaron!
Goal scorer for Fitzroy, number 10, Saka Waljarin.
Trademark Fitzroy goal. Queuing up is Saka Waljarin, and he was there to score what was a finely crafted move.
And it's been coming as well. Fitzroy have taken the ascendancy in this game. All the momentum was with them. They were winning the second balls and not allowing Western United to get out, and it took a beautiful move. Composure from Allen once more. Nepomuceno choosing just to move it on quickly this time, and Waljarin gets his run perfectly timed. Right place, right time to apply the coolest of finishes.
And Monteleone has stormed in here. Barakli. It's really there for Western. It all stemmed from thin air, and the effort just gets brushed wide. Matt Cruz. Flicking was Allen. Claim hand ball, Skopalides. Ball comes in. Official on the far side claimed it has gone under play, but Skopalides is clutching on his lower leg. Kicks himself up and will stutter off onto the playing surface. So, seeing a couple of players now just be a little bit gingerly for both sides. Bodies firmly on the line in this one as goal scorer Waljarin. Fizz towards Allen. Matt Cruz. Allen, Nepomuceno flicking for Matt Cruz. Great rekindle from Monteleone. Grigg, the risky central ball, which goes out of play.
And that's the Fitzroy press I was talking about earlier. They go to it immediately whenever that deepest lying Western player gets the ball. They're not afraid to step up. And how about the ball from Nepomuceno around the corner to find Cruz? He got unlucky. The Tigers, though, although started slowly, they've now certainly come into it. They look sharp, and they've got United on the back foot.
Parthamos. All he can really do is clear. And that's been much of the story for Western in these last 5 minutes. They've had a very unlikely destination towards goal, which transpired with Barakli just latching onto a loose ball defensively for Fitzroy. But since then, Ethan, nothing's really been able to occur.
And those are the half chances you've got to take, especially when you've just gone a goal down. It's your opportunity to wrestle back some momentum, obviously get the scoreline back at level pegging, but it just keeps those demons in the Fitzroy minds of any slip up, and then let's capitalise.
Well, Jaron went through the gate to Monteleone, who's streaming in behind with Skopalides. Backtracking Nepomuceno. Western now want to control possession. Monteleone for Parthamos. Barakli demanding the ball on broadcast side. Trying to dance around Allen. Barakli inside on his right. Matt Cruz with a cool head. Allen won't find Nepomuceno.
Good cover from Waljarin on the shot as well. Came inside where he could have led Barakli, just skipped beyond him. Josh Allen did brilliantly to limit the angle that he had to shoot with, and Saka Waljarin just comes to give him a hand. And it's that defensive unity and that defensive press that has been such a big difference for Fitzroy at the moment. We've seen Skopalides do it a couple of times, but Waljarin has always been willing to rush back Nepomuceno too.
Parthamos. Angelatos, great first touch. Cruz concedes play for a corner. Western with an opportunity. Last minute or so, just had that touch extra. Oseni, ball gets stuck. Aaron Yu not taking a chance at his near post. So a decent glimpse again for United. Hunting for an equaliser, Moseni. Parthamos, the deepest option. Can't get around Allen. Play will resume with Parthamos despite the protests. Stepping inside is Parthamos. Angelatos! Protests from both sides, Ethan.
It's all happening, isn't it? The first challenge, they thought Parthamos was in a bit too robustly, and the Western United protests are going the other way. Everybody is up in arms about the challenges that both were made. Both could easily have been fouls, but as it broke to Angelatos, that is a huge chance. He will not get a better look at Aaron Yu than that, certainly in the rest of this first half, maybe tonight. And it's another one of those where it just breaks for you.
Brilliant ball for Seb Wickett. Barakli nearly turned in an own goal. Alan never caught it sweetly. That will call for calm, and the ball will now reside in the roof. Much to the dismay of those around us, and that just gives everybody a tension breaker across DCSS. With that little comedic moment we've seen happen, of course. We think back to Thomastown, the amount of balls that would get stuck in the roof over not just a season, but over a match day, Ethan, would happen a lot more frequently. But that might be the first we've seen in Darebin.
It certainly looks like it. That ball is very certainly wedged up there, but you mentioned a tension breaker. My word, don't they all need it right now. There are challenges flying in everywhere. This game is just starting to boil over a little bit, but I don't really know who it helps more if that's the case at the moment. Potentially Fitzroy, but that could give United the avenue back in they're searching for.
Fitzroy unhappy about that. No, Senny draws the foul, but you can be the judge of that at home. Fitzroy certainly thought there was not much in it. But Parthamos, just inside the halfway line, finds Barakli. Loves to step inside on his right. Parthamos, Barakli. Back for the Cannon, stretching to keep it. Weston's ball. Barakli, Wickett comes in courageously. And well, that simply had to be a foul, though. Barakli was going for the ball, Ethan, which he'll protest. Clear impingement upon Wickett.
Certainly was. He catches Wickett just before he's able to clear the ball from between his legs, but it's not a great ball from Parthamos. It puts him under pressure straight away, allows Fitzroy to just swarm on Barakli. And you see what happens here. Western United give away possession when they were looking to build something themselves.
Angelatos went for the chip. Dare I say, if he was a metre or so just behind his shooting position, that would have gone in. The accuracy was there, the loft was there. He was a touch unlucky, perhaps, Angelatos, but Aaron Yu's flirted with that tonight, Ethan.
He certainly has by coming a long way. Aaron Yu nearly caught out. And for Angelatos, if it just has more dip, it's a beautiful goal. And as we just said, Western United gave it away in interesting fashion. Fitzroy do the same.
Barakli's gone over the top! And that is a brilliant moment from Erkan Barakli! Much to the disbelief of Fernando Di Moraes and company, Barakli inside his own defensive third has chipped Aaron Yu.
Goal scorer for Western United, number 80, Erkan Barakli.
It does not get much sweeter than that, Ethan.
That is a wonderful goal from Barakli. We just mentioned that Aaron Yu was prone to coming off his line. Angelatos nearly had a moment like that seconds ago, but Barakli with the most beautiful of chips.
It was taken first time. Can you believe that? The audacity, the sheer cheek of Western's. One of their more Imperium players. Speechless. We might be on commentary, but that is a moment that will be played time and time again. I'd love to be a dot in the mind of Aaron Yu and how that might play an impact on his performance tonight. Of course, against one of your former employers, there's always something to prove. And well, perhaps there's a moment in which you'll look to forget quickly, but even then, Ethan, what can you do? It was struck sweetly first time. You don't expect it to happen as a goalkeeper. And well, if you are going to try it against Aaron Yu, you have to make sure you score.
It wasn't just that it was struck sweetly. I don't think Barakli could have put that further in the top corner if he tried. That was a beautiful hit. And Aaron Yu might have a couple of demons about coming out again. But that was a stunner. One of the best goals you will see.
Darabin's had a few of those already. Now it's our new home, and well, it's not very reminiscent to Thomastown, but the futsal has certainly. As wicket, went inside the box. Parthamos, Western with their tails up now. Cosi Russo. Nice complexion this one. Russo, Ramos, Seni, MVP. Season 1 in 2024. We'll look towards the official and ask if there was something in that.
Wasn't happy. He wasn't happy, Cosi Russo. He thought there was maybe just a bit too much of a pull from Moseni on that challenge. There's been a lot that's been let go by the officials so far.
Robotus, comfortable height for Greg. Just can't get over that moment, Ethan. It's only sinking in now, perhaps, that Barakli has stolen the headlines already for round 12. Yanni Pira, brilliant ball for Seb Wicket! And Fitzroy reinstate their lead.
Goal scorer for Fitzroy, number 16, Sebastian Wicket.
The magician, Yanni Pira. It was a picturesque ball for Seb Wicket in behind. And a pretty textbook finish.
Lovely ball, lovely move. Pira just carved Western United open with one pass, completely split the two. Wicket times the run to perfection. That is the coolest finish.
A very underrated player, perhaps, Yanni Pira. He's showcasing his class in his new Fitzroy colours. Of course, started the season at Altona. Played a couple of games for Pascoe Vale. And was another mid-season signing for the Tigers. It's worked in towards Scopelides. Fluid futsal. Peluso didn't deem there was much in that challenge upon Angelatos, who, well, eventually gets back up on his feet. But this game, for its opening half, has had everything you'd want for a round opener. And a return to futsal, mind you. Corner taken for Angelatos. Angus trying to find Jerry. Cosi Russo wanted to wheel. Scopelides. Parthamos demanding the ball. And Western earn a free kick.
Would be further back. It was for the initial foul that was made by Russo on Angelatos. And that is Fitzroy's fifth in a first half that has been full of spite and full of a few of those challenges. We've seen a lot of players hit the deck. And I believe we have a timeout too.
สำหรับผมในกีฬาฟุตซอลครับ2 อย่างที่ต้องมีครับในตัวนักกีฬาฟุตซอลครับก็ระเบียบวินัยแล้วก็ความมุ่งมั่นครับมี2 อย่างนี้ก็ทำให้คุณอัด
Timeout team talks have been had. Western issued that aforementioned timeout. Scopelides and Parthamos behind the dead ball. Cosi Russo, the lone soldier in the wall. Closer from the Erkan Barakli screamer. Parthamos rolls for Moseni. Wild swing and a miss. Yanni Pira. It's just causing some Confusion from Oseni as the ball ricocheted in that part of the court. Side ball for Western, now Parthamos. Skopelides out wide. Steps inside, Skopelides. Aaron New barely had a look at it. Robotis was questioning the clearance. He knew the valuable infrastructure that ball might have gone towards.
And it's a good save from Aaron New as well. It's a very smart stop. Doesn't have a lot of time to see it, but he gets down well and smothers.
Yanni Pira, brilliant ball for Robotis. An even better save from Lucas Grigg. Each time Yanni Pira is in a position to play a pass, it's magical from the maestro.
Glorious ball from Pira. That is unbelievable again. Just splits United open. Lucas Grigg covers his back stick just in time, and it is a super stop.
Peluso stepped inside. Considering Lucas Grigg is one of the rather taller keepers across the competition, his long arms were able to just claw it away. Deep side ball, Yanni Pira. Peluso. Central for Russo, the give and go. Oh, Peter's enjoying it. He's frothing it. Deemed it good play, and it has been, Ethan.
It's been a beautiful first half on both ends as well. The quality of futsal has been incredibly high. Both sides going forward. Two different approaches. Fitzroy happy to take their time and keep possession.
Skopelides just was able to body Yanni Pira off of possession, and his shot was high, not handsome. So not too far away from half-time. Chunk of futsal still to be played in this opening half, but many talking points have transpired. Crucial match moments for both sides. The next goal, very important. It's an equaliser or a two-goal buffer. Question mark somewhat surrounds who will have that next goal if we have to see one before the half ends.
The one thing I will say, though, is that a two-goal buffer isn't a guarantee. We saw it last time. Both sides were able to come from 2 goals behind to take the lead, so this will be open.
Russo trying to shift gears. Robotis was his teammate in doing so. Jimmy Sufis has jostled across, a timeout in his hand, in which he will activate just before the ball was kicked in. So timeout for Fitzroy. They're looking upon the resumption of play to double their advantage as we cross to a timeout.
You don't win the European Championship. You need a strong group and everybody go in the same direction. The futsal is totally different than in Europe or in other countries. I think there are good levels here in Australia. There are good players, so they have to work hard. And maybe in the future Australia is in the top.
Fitzroy side ball, Robotis behind it. Who blinks next as Nepomuceno? Movement was there. Man from Curacao, very dangerous.
Lovely movement from Nepomuceno to get on the end of it. Get the shot away first time. He just drags it slightly across the face of Lucas Grigg's goal. Completely unmarked though. United caught napping on that one. It's something they need to be more alert to as Nepomuceno's got such a swift turn of pace.
Such acceleration for such a decorated player, not just globally, but in Victoria. Allen, Nepomuceno. Back towards Josh Allen. Fitzroy with a swagger. Can they turn it into a goal? Javaro steps inside. Allen. Peluso. Weston trying not to break. Lucas Grigg wrong-footed. He loaded up as if Peluso was going to go across his body. He went to the near post instead, but the keeper was able to save.
Grigg makes a really good recovery save as Peluso maybe just closed his body slightly at the last minute to turn that shot in towards the near post. It might have sold Lucas Grigg, but he did brilliantly to get a hand to it.
Great distribution from Grigg. Monteleone in a phone box. It was crossed in for Angelatos. Great recovery from Peluso. Russo has to use his keeper. And Aaron Hughes picked up Peluso. Barakli not able to run away. A sliding doors moment for both players in that situation. Could have been a potential counter-attack for Western. Potential goal-scoring opportunity for the champions. Nepomuceno rolling inside. Wants a corner. So does Gabby Zabayos. They won't get it. Parthamos. Barakli isolated. Monteleone incisive! He shot, not decisive. Aaron Hughes flung it full stretch, but wasn't tested. The ball went well wide of him.
That's a huge look for Monteleone, and it's once again a wasted opportunity for Western United to get themselves level. If he'd have just caught it a little bit sweeter, he might have been in for an equaliser, but that's a huge chance, and you just wonder how many more looks they're going to get.
Really enjoying the individual battle between Barakli and Peluso. Similar players on opposing flanks. And they keep coming together. It's a nice jewel to keep an eye on. Parthamos, Monteleone, Barakli, first time for Parthamos. Monteleone shifting inside. Ball a little bit too much for Angelatos of Angus. Trying to keep the move alive, he's out of play. Really enjoying Monteleone's movement off the ball, Ethan.
He's working those channels beautifully, isn't he? Trying to find pockets in towards the corner of the court and work it back centrally for Angelatos.
Allen wants to infiltrate.
Whoa!
Wasn't far away at all as he streamed forward.
He just broke through the centre of court. Josh Allen got it onto that left foot. It was a sweet strike too. Lucas Grigg happy to watch it go wide. I think he would have been beaten had it been on target.
Parthamos. Time, not what's on the screen currently. There's not much of it left now. Parthamos concedes play. Di Moraes wants calm. Although Fitzroy, you can almost guarantee, will look to cause chaos. Nepomuceno for Allen. Well, Jaron. Nepomuceno. Such danger on the flanks. Well, Jaron, Peluso. Josh Allen took a bubble. Grigg able to recover. Parthamos just strolling forward. Skopolides. Nepomuceno stared him down, although Parthamos went on the journey and Javaro got his foot in the way.
Good recovery again from Nepomuceno. Parthamos, it's the first time he's really been able to run instead of conducting play. He freed himself up, skipped beyond Peluso beautifully. Tried to work the angle for that shot on the left, which we know he loves so much when operating on this flank. But Nepomuceno shut the door well.
Parthamos can't step inside of Peluso. Fitzroy trying to see out this half in which they lead by a goal. Can United steal an equaliser before the half-time team talks and potentially change them? Skopolides for Parthamos. Angelatos on the far outside, Barakli central. Barakli's header, nobody home in the middle. Aaron New will go over the top. And that will be half-time. Fitzroy with a one-goal advantage as we cross to the half-time break.
หรับผมในกีฬาฟุตซอลครับ2 อย่างที่ต้องมีครับในตัวนักกีฬาฟุตซอลครับก็ระเบียบวินัยแล้วก็ความมุ่งมั่นครับมี 2 อย่างนี้ก็ทำให้คุณอาจประสบความสำเร็จได้ครับ
ก็ฟุตซอลเป็นเหมือนชีวิตผมครับเพราะว่าผมทำมันมาตั้งแต่เด็กแล้วก็คิดว่ามันน่าจะเป็นส่วนหนึ่งในชีวิตของผมเลยครับ
ผมเสียสละในกีฬานี้ก็ในเรื่องของเวลาครับเพราะว่าเราต้องทิ้งทุกอย่างไว้ข้างหลังครับแล้วก็คอนเซนเทรตแล้วก็มีความมุ่งมั่นกับกีฬานี้เพื่อที่จะพัฒนาตัวเองแล้วก็ไปสู่ความสำเร็จครับ
สำหรับต้องมีความมุ่งมั่นแล้วก็ความอดทนแล้วก็ความพยายามครับผมถึงประสบความสำเร็จได้ครับ
พวกเราไม่เคยหยุดไล่ล่าพวกเรามาที่นี่เพื่อพิชิตพวกเราหยุดไม่ได้
Halo, salam olahraga untuk seluruh pencinta futsal di Indonesia. Kami dari Moreland Futsal Club dan Series Futsal akan mengadakan giveaway di mana akan dipilih 15 pemenang. Masing-masing pemenang akan mendapatkan 1 jersey original dari Moreland Futsal Club. Syaratnya sangat gampang, langsung saja follow akun Instagram ini dan akan dipilih selama 5 hari ke depan. Jadi tunggu apa lagi? Let's go!
I grew up with low self-esteem. It was me and my mama, just us in the trauma. Hands up if you know what I mean. I see you, I feel you. I want you to know that you're not alone. I know what it's like not to have a home. Feel like I live in the end zone. I'm the one leading the drives. The crew riding around in a Benzo. Ready to I'm in charge of my own fate. Left the excuses behind. Now I'm the illest violinist alive. I took the pain and I thrive, but look at me now.
A good futsal player has to be intelligent. It's the most important quality in a futsal player because a futsal player is very fast, and you have to think really fast. You don't have time, you don't have a space. They have to enjoy the game. This finally futsal or football or basketball or tennis, it's only a game, so they have to enjoy. If they don't enjoy the game, they don't improve. No, they know that we know as coaches that every day is good for improving your level, so you have to work hard every day. Each detail, it's important for improve your career. The group is the key of success. If you don't have a...
And we are back for a second half, which has everything still to play for. Fitzroy do lead by 3-2 at the break, following a first half where the Tigers played some truly terrific futsal at times. Caught out by Western United early, however, imposed themselves well and truly on it. This game, though, as we know from the reverse fixture this season, still could go either way. No lead is well and truly safe until the final whistle. Ethan Rigg and Adam Palombi on what has been already an enthralling evening, Adam.
Well, in the passenger seat now, Ethan. Drive this one home. It's going to be a great second half. We're still not sure, despite having a chat about it, which way it's going to lean towards, but well, we're rather excited to see what transpires.
Parthemos, who utilised deepest in the first half quite often, has resumed that role once more. He finds Bayrakli to go beyond Josh Allen. Parthemos. Now Skopolidis, who got this goal fest going. He uses Parthemos once more. Bayrakli now has Nepomuceno. Lovely ball for Angelatos. Parthemos drifts beyond half court. Had a go. Aaron Yu got down nicely to make the save. Nepomuceno there to try and clean up. Bayrakli hustled him. And in the end, Aaron Yu will collect once more. But Western United going the press early, Adam.
Trying to execute it, perhaps they are, but always danger when Nepomuceno's in possession. You'd expect Ethan, he'll really ignite in this second half. And perhaps we'll sack Waljarin. They're both on court at the moment. What can they do?
Russo finds Waljarin. Just clip one into Allen. Now Nepomuceno. Allen's drifted widest. Waljarin now in the pivot. Real fluidity to this Fitzroy movement. Russo has Skopolidis to beat. Chooses to go home once more. Lovely ball from Allen, while Jarin couldn't trap it under. But two very different styles of possession in order to start this second half out, and Western United looking to go more centrally. Fitzroy out wide.
Appears to be the case so far. How can Western try to go over the top? I'll have to call upon Skopolidis to hold things up, but Fitzroy trying to break.
While Jarin tried to skip beyond two, Skopolidis made up for it and won it back. He tried to barrage his way beyond two Fitzroy Tigers. Angelatos came away with it, had a shot before he was hustled out, kept possession as well. Jarin made the challenge not once but twice. And he rolls for Parthamos. Face to face with Nepomuceno, who is staring him down and comes away with it. Javaro Nepomuceno trying to go by them all. In the end is brought down by Elias Parthamos, who will be this game's first yellow card.
Well, he got around Parthamos. You could see Nepomuceno was claiming it was a foul initially. And Angelatos made sure the job was finished. He came in and completely collided with Nepomuceno, stopping him in his tracks. And, well, power and pace with Javaro, but ultimately Fitzroy awarded the free kick.
Russo takes it short to Allen, who returns the favour. Bayrakli tried to close the door, did very well, looked to have a go. Not as spectacular as his effort from his own half in the first half, but Aaron Yu, marauding off his line again, needs to be cautious as well. Jarin for Russo. Didn't oblige the opportunity of a 1-2. Nepomuceno, hustled by Skopolidis. Russo. It's back with Javaro Nepomuceno. This time skips himself clear, finds Allen. Lovely ball to Russo. Fitzroy trying to work it. Bayrakli just dangled the leg. Russo got it away to Jarin. Lovely from Nepomuceno. However, too heavy for Allen to make a meaningful touch.
Composed Western. And they were not in possession. They were able to sit back and, well, force Fitzroy at both angles. And, well, they tried to manufacture an opening in which went out of play. So that's a little win for Fernando de Moraes in this one. Fitzroy having possession, but United looking to pounce on the counter.
Lovely ball from Parthamos. Angelatos flashed one across the face. Nobody gambled on the run, and you see the disappointment from Fernando de Moraes on the bench. He wanted somebody to fly across and just have a stab as Russo tries to find Allen on the left. His hook back. Nepomuceno darted straight to the near post. Couldn't quite time it, but that was a dangerous ball from Josh Allen.
Always spells danger when Josh Allen's on court. One of the many in which Fitzroy have in their arsenal. And he was asking a bit, perhaps, of the back post runners. As this game just ticks on, Ethan. Western. Meanwhile, though, look to again counter.
Smashing ball from Parthamos. Skopolidis for Angelatos at the back stick, who had to get down unconventionally. Couldn't divert it goalwards, heads in hand. For those in green and black, Fitzroy survive a scare. And Russo and Allen are looking to make Western United pay as soon as possible. He has Skopolidis to beat. Lovely from Cosi Russo. Rolled it for Allen. Angelatos got in the way. The two brothers tried to combine while Jarin tried and did put an end to it. Not once but twice. United have it from the side. That was wonderful from Russo. He just blazed his way beyond Skopolidis. Unfortunate that Allen couldn't provide the finish. He went audaciously as Parthamos pressed. It nearly broke for Angelatos. Josh Allen trying to clear up the danger. Lovely ball down the line for Jarin. There's some Western United company, lovely. Ran out of room in trying to find Nepomuceno, and we'll have a bit of calm.
A lot of trickery with Russo and Allen. Loved the way in which Cosi was able to get around his opponent. Very, very crafty. And Allen knew his first touch wasn't what he wanted, but nearly made up for it in the most supreme way possible. Western really holding on to this counter-attacking idea. It's got to work for them if they're to do this, because they are still trailing.
Parthamos with a teasing ball towards Monteleone. You off his line quickly. Nepomuceno dazzled his way beyond both Angelatos brothers. And Javaro Nepomuceno wasn't far away from instating a 2-goal bridge for the Tigers. He, the newest of this quartet, As Angelatos clips Montiglione down the line, Aranu holds firmly. But Nepomuceno has been the fabbest of the new four so far. Such energy and expectation whenever he gets it. As well, Jarin clips Robotis down the line. Angelatos at his back. It's all the way for Nepomuceno. Thought about the shot, rolled it to Russo instead. Lovely return for Nepomuceno. And Lucas Grigg didn't know much about it. Ended up making a very important stop.
Got his body in the way, Lucas Grigg. And now Western have another opportunity on the counter.
Angelatos brothers combined. Angus had a go via a deflection. And Aranu makes a super save. Quickly gives to Nepomuceno. Can Fitzroy go on the break this time round? Angus Angelatos trying to hold him up. It's worked wide to Al Jarin from Russo. He spun his way beyond Jerry, not once but twice. Still had him to beat. He does incredibly well, does Western United's number 8. Now Russo. Scooped it for Robotis, turned and had a hit. And Lucas Grigg did just enough.
Both goalkeepers involved. It was ricocheting that Aaron knew. Well, the moment he had to deal with it, Aaron. And the other end, Lucas Grigg having some involvement. Well, that save he made, Ethan. Nepomuceno went for the top left corner. Grigg got himself in the way. And it ricocheted off the tall yellow man.
Here is Nepomuceno again. Russo has 2 for company. Tried to dart one in towards wicket. Robotis tried to make it work, but Moseni. Montiglione leaves it for Parthamos. And now Montiglione's hit the floor. Western United appeals. They get an advantage. Moseni back with Parthamos once more. Obviously 5 fouls for Fitzroy in the first half. That resets at half time, but the same physicality is there. Parthamos hustled by Russo. Wicket well in to win. He rolls back for you. Now Nepomuceno. Everything's gone through him so far. What can he conjure once more? As Montiglione breezes his way beyond. Nepomuceno only as far as Grigg. Parthamos stabbed a leg in the way and was able to clear the danger.
Referee informing us of a accumulated foul for Fitzroy. So look to restart play, but Jimmy Surface's side currently looking to really close perhaps this game out, although a long time away from that happening. Cozzy also with a bit of a head rush and completely sent Moseni to the floor. Also not happy about it, but well, not much to argue about there.
It certainly didn't look like it, did it?
Well, Russo's claiming there was intention to play the ball, but the official said that could not have been the case, and well, it's hard to disagree, really.
It did look very handsy from Cozzy Russo. As Moseni finds Parthamos, who clips it for Montiglione!
What a save!
What a save, Aaron Yu!
Unbelievable jaw-dropping stuff from Aaron Yu. You see that in movies. You see that performed by stuntman the way he was diving there. Montiglione, it was bound for the top right corner. Insert Aaron Yu, tremendous.
Super stop at the expense of a United corner. It's found for Moseni. Russo came away with it. How a goal would hurt Western United right now, as Cozzy Russo and Moseni are entangled once again. And we said it might have bubbled over in the first half. It's threatening to do the same again, but what a piece of goalkeeping from Yu. He may need to be called again as Cruz had a stumble. Aaron Yu then tried to look for wicket. Everybody is all at sea.
I cannot believe that from Aaron Yu. He's given us so many of those moments throughout his career, but that's got to be right up there. He had a millisecond to react. Montiglione hit it with something, and the way he's been able to adjust mid-flight and make the save, it is absolutely dream goalkeeping stuff. Stupendous. There's no words to describe it anymore with Aaron Yu. It's somewhat easy for him, but there's nothing easy about what he did there. That was unreal from the keeper.
Montiglione must have thought he'd scored. As Parthamos looks to clip Bayrakli down the line, who's got beyond wicket. Moseni couldn't quite dart his way forward. Robotis happy to clear. But Fitzroy, at the moment, are hanging on by a thread. Montiglione probably won't catch one sweeter than that.
Still trying to figure it out. I can't. I just can't.
Mohseni tried to roll in Angelatos. Those two on a different wavelength. And you can sense that United have just taken him away from Cosi Russo for the time being. Those two have certainly become acquaintances this evening. There's Cruz ball for you. He looks to go long, trying to find Wickett, who got around the back. Lucas Grigg covered his near post calmly, made an important stop. He tried to find Angelatos on the long ball in return. You came a long way from home, pressed by Angelatos, and in the end, Fitzroy get away with one. You can hear Fernando Di Moraes truly marshalling his troops. As Cruz's long ball couldn't find anybody but Lucas Grigg. He rolls for Parthamos. Angelatos just the roll back so often. He's looking to orchestrate. There's two Fitzroy shirts for company. Elias Parthamos, lovely ball for Angelatos. Worked it beautifully. It's back for Parthamos to have a go! And Elias Parthamos was not far away.
It was curling. It was curling off his left. Not able to infiltrate the top left corner, but you could see even that reverse pass. It looked as if he was going to shoot before unleashing it to Angelatos, who held it up, gave it back to the cannon. He wasn't far away from an equaliser. United just marinating into this game as it continues.
Would have added yet another to the catalogue of beautiful goals we've seen this evening. Series Futsal's return has truly been a treat so far as Parthamos and United stay on the search for an equaliser. He's worked wide for Bayrakli, skipped beyond Cruz, looked to find a return ball. Wicket was crucially in the way, appeals for handball. Bayrakli's press a bit too heavy, deflected off his hand. Cruz got it going straight away. Allen with a nice clip for Robotis round the corner. Beautiful switch for Cruz, opens up for him and he drags it just wide.
Movement was there from the $1 million man, Matt Cruz, who was nearly able to finish, but Allen with a great touch centrally. The ball was bobbling. He was able to still just steer it towards his teammate on this broadcast side, which opened up for the chance for Matt Cruz once play had shifted. Fitzroy asking questions upon transitions of their own.
Parthamos' precise long ball. He finds Mohseni. Lovely switch to Bayrakli. Hustle by Robotis, you see the press go high. Parthamos skipped beyond Cruz, sold Angelatos a bit short. Wicket picked his pocket. Allen wants some calm. Lovely ball to find Robotis. Bayrakli clipping at his heels. It took not one but two United shirts, and Mohseni can go on the break. Cruz bundles him over. United appeals on deaf ears. Allen goes the other way. Robotis had a hit. Lucas Grigg got down, and from a Western United counter, Fitzroy have a corner.
Could have gone either way. Very open passage. Mohseni very indecisive. It was a 2-on-1 situation. He had a runner out wide, although number 7 took it upon himself. Fitzroy able to transition, earn a corner.
Robotis couldn't get beyond Parthamos, but they will reset once more. Still plenty of time for Western United and how they would need this win. If they are to just apply a touch of pressure to Moreland, who are up next, knowing that their buffer for the time being until they kick off would be 4 instead of 7. It's Pira for wicket. Look to find Robotis on the switch. Right idea, but a touch too heavy.
Mohseni takes a spell. Scoppolides back on court. What can he do in this game, Ethan, is the real question mark. He opened the scoring. It's a touch deeper now coming back on. But if United are to score, you feel like he'll have involvement.
Pressed by Pira. And he has impressed as the pivot so far, Scoppolides. Pira's ball in for wicket. Bayrakli straight away on his tail. Now Nepomuceno. Was it wide for Josh Allen? With Nepomuceno back out there, and Pira as well, you feel like Fitzroy are going for that buffer. They sense United may score again as Nepomuceno had Bayrakli at his back. Allen. Jivaro able to turn and face. Josh Allen once more, rolls it wide for wicket, hugging that right-hand side. are those in turquoise right now as Nepomuceno, that's a lovely switch for Alan. Pira's operating in the corner, but it's composure. You can hear Gabby Ceballos telling them just to keep it as wicket. Alan. Can they turn the screw and unlock the gates of the Western United defence as Pira? Wicket. So calm and composed, and obviously time is their friend with the advantage. Alan back for Nepomuceno. The United press all of a sudden now becoming a factor. Nepomuceno loses out. Bayrakli rolled it for Parthamos, who wasn't quite alert to it. Pira was and gave it back to you, who stumbled on it. Angelatos had a go. He turned in what could have been a surefire hit. But in the end, it is called back for a foul by Parthamos on Aaron Yu.
Aaron Yu's in need of attention. But what a moment that could have been. Parthamos, no love lost with his former teammate and goalkeeper. And Angelatos, the moment was there for him. He got a touch excited, and you don't blame him. It would have put his side on level terms. It wouldn't have counted, but had hit the post, and perhaps a moment of sheer fortune for him, considering he knows if there's an opportunity like that again, he'll know what to do differently. Because from practically right in front, smash the post.
Not a bad circumstance to miss one.
It's not. There's never a good time to miss one, but that might be the rare exception to the case. And I think he knows it too. So he's not too upset about that, which is good to see.
Angelatos blushes momentarily spared. It wouldn't have counted anyway. Aaron Yu back on his feet and Fitzroy back in possession. Alan looking for Nepomuceno. Lovely dummy for Pira. Angelatos on the return. Did brilliantly to win it back. Can he now drive down the line? He's got two Fitzroy shirts to beat. And Yanni Pira in his defence did wonderfully. Nepomuceno now has room to roam. It opened up for him to try and skip by Bayrakli, who stood up brilliantly. But maybe Javaro Nepomuceno could have pulled the trigger.
Brilliant defending from Bayrakli. He was completely unbalanced and was still able to just shift the ball away from Nepomuceno. Fantastic play.
Alan for Pira, but wide for Nepomuceno almost immediately. As Pira now pressed by Angelatos, Fitzroy working themselves into a bit of a cul-de-sac. Yanni Pira twisted and turned and found a beautiful ball for wicket to flick on. Lucas Grigg alert to it, didn't commit early, but Bayrakli's rush ball back will cost them a corner.
Brilliant, brilliant ball from the magician Yanni Pira. Really showcasing why he has that nickname. And I think Seb Wicket might have realised that the header wasn't exactly on, although that was the idea which he opted to use, and would have liked to have seen Wicket take that ball to ground.
Alan tried to fizz one towards Pira. Grigg stuck a leg out. And Fitzroy will take from the side. Pira standing over it. Couple of quick United changes. Peluso back on court for Fitzroy too. He's immediately gone to the far side. Alan to Nepomuceno. And here is Peluso. Parthamos stands off. Alan. Pira. Lovely ball round the corner for Christian Peluso, who stole a yard. Tried to fire one through the legs of Parthamos, not once but twice. And the Western United captain stood his ground.
He had to. An injection of pace in Peluso. Perhaps what this game needs from a Fitzroy standpoint.
His side ball for Nepomuceno. Switches for Alan. Lovely ball again to find Christian Peluso. Goes down the line, and via a Parthamos deflection, it will be a Fitzroy corner. They are knocking on the door of a fourth. Western United hard work at the moment paying off defensively, but they need to make those chances count. They've had more than their fair share of looks, those in green and black. But it's been the Tigers who have capitalised. They've pounced on any opportunity as Peluso rolls it into Grigg. He was looking for Nepomuceno to dart across. Grigg tried to find Angelatos going long, but Yanni Pira did brilliantly once more and is able to hook it out of play.
Great commitment from Yanni Pira, going over the top and while sticking out a foot to concede possession.
Angelatos for Parthamos. Bayrakli was hustled by Peluso, left one on him. It was a touch late, Christian Peluso, and he, for good measure, will find his way into the book.
Yellow cards starting to come out from the officials. Well, it hasn't exactly gotten to boiling point yet. It has tinkered on that edge this game. Players and bodies all hitting the floor. But Parthamos will look to have the net ripple. They need something united.
Could be Parthamos' free kick. Look to have a drive. Nepomuceno did his job in the wall. It trickles all the way back to Lucas Grigg. He finds Parthamos once more. Now Angelatos. They need something. They need a spark now to rescue a point, not only to turn it around. Bayrakli couldn't get beyond Russo. That Fitzroy defensive press at the moment. It's almost a half-court press from the Tigers is acting so well, limiting United space. As Angelatos for Parthamos. Fitzroy happy to let him have it here. This is the only real room they've had. Parthamos with a lovely flick over the top. Russo read it best. Rolled it for Nepomuceno, who has 2 to beat. Lovely from Nepomuceno for Russo, who looked to give it back to him. Bayrakli alert to it. He rolled it for Angelatos. Now Parthamos, starved of options. That's a smashing ball. Bayrakli and Monteleone couldn't turn it goalwards.
Inches, near inches. Parthamos instrumental over the top. Bayrakli, the ball bobbling. It's happened tonight a fair bit for both teams. And it just bounced away from Monteleone, who was arriving. They still have that threat united.
Robotis, Nepomuceno, who's stolen away at the back stick. Moseni cut out his ball to Russo. Worked it wide for Angelatos, who had a heavy touch. Nepomuceno went to win back, was a bit overzealous in doing so.
Very, very well recovered from Angelatos. Heavy first touch, got his body positioning right, and drew the foul.
Parthamos. Fitzroy walking a tightrope now, they're on 4. It's Angelatos. Finds Parthamos once more. Monteleone's just cut down the line for him. Robotis read it best. Anywhere will do for Fitzroy right now. They hold that all-important advantage. And for the flurry of goals we saw in the first half, the second has well and truly gone into its cage. The free-flowing futsal seems to have died off a touch. Moseni for Monteleone, who worked it hard. Peluso got in the way. Robotis was hustled by Angelatos. He rolled it back for Monteleone again. These two work it well together. Moseni tried to switch it for Monteleone, who just left that area. And Fitzroy, once again, see out another attack.
Angelatos of Jerry really grooving in this one. It's been a line via, as you like to say, Ethan, and well, he's been very aggressive in trying to attain possession.
Used long ball for Russo. Now Nepomuceno. Monteleone to beat. He cuts inside. Found Robotis. Monteleone had a slip and a slide to get it back. Fitzroy appeals for handball. Robotis didn't give it up. Tried to pick Angelatos' pocket. And in the end,
Angelatos, Ethan, they're saying to Robotis, you're not going anywhere. Pulled him right back off the ground. Did Angus, and well, the free kick firmly with Fitzroy.
This is crucial. A 4th here may take the wind out of Western sails. Robotis rolls it for Nepomuceno, super save. Grigg got across quickly and got a strong pair of hands.
Height was comfortable again for Grigg. Struck sweetly by Nepomuceno. The goalkeeper called upon again.
Nepomuceno, Russo with an absolute perler. Cosy Russo fires Fitzroy's 4th into the top corner.
Goal for Fitzroy. Number 4, Cosimo Russo.
That was a searing hit.
Wow. Bang. No saving that. It was pinpoint precision into the top corner. And how that's put a frown on the Masters' face, Ethan.
It was a ferocious Tiger finish. And for their United Voyager, the wind's finally out of Western sails. Peluso had a stumble, but the cushion is all important for Fitzroy. It now leaves Western United with it all to do.
They've done it before, Western, this season. They have clawed themselves back from a 2-goal deficit on several occasions now. So it's not foreign, this position, but a very classy opponent in their way.
Parthamos. And of course they've done it against Fitzroy in that frantic 7-6 turnaround in the return fixture. It would take a similar effort now if they are to reverse their fortunes. Angelatos. These two brothers combined, they've had plenty of it. Parthamos trying to find a way beyond Robotis. Only gave it to Christian Peluso. Parthamos in the way. Peluso with another go. He fired his shot just wide.
2 bites of the apple for Peluso, who's taking his place on the bench for Wild Jaren. Grigg got his angles covered and forced Peluso to shoot truly wide. That's more positive from the number 9. He's had his moments, Ethan.
Angelatos from Parthamos, hustled by Saka Wild Jaren. Wasn't able to keep it. And Fitzroy can soak yet more time off the clock. He finds Robotis straight away. United pressing high, a lovely flick from Wild Jaren. For Nepomuceno, who loves this kind of situation, gave it back to Wild Jaren. Now Russo. Javaro Nepomuceno in flow state down that right-hand side. And here he is again. Clip one down the line for Russo, who looked to skip beyond Angelatos, but ran out of court in doing so.
Still has remained slippery on the playing surface tonight. Players have, well, certainly been up against it in that regard. You can hear it still.
Angelatos nearly had to hustle Aaron Yu into a clearance anyway. It ricochets off the roof.
Frantically, are United coming across to issue a timeout. Sully Muhammad and Noel Sorma storming towards the timekeeper's area. And they will issue it now.
They did not have to wait long, Western United. Timeout called, and they have it all to do. Fitzroy lead them by 4-2 as we go to a timeout break.
Halo, salam olahraga untuk seluruh pencinta futsal di Indonesia. Kami dari Moreland Futsal Club dan Series Futsal akan mengadakan giveaway di mana akan dipilih 15 pemenang. Masing-masing pemenang akan mendapatkan 1 jersey original dari Moreland Futsal Club. Syaratnya sangat gampang, langsung saja follow akun Instagram ini dan akan dipilih selama 5 hari ke depan. Jadi tunggu apa lagi? Let's go!
I grew up with low self-esteem. It was me and my mama, just us in the trauma. Hands up if you know what I mean. I see you, I feel you. I want you to know that you're not alone. I know what it's like not to have a home. Feel like I live in the end zone. I'm the one leading the drives. The crew riding around in a benzo. Ready to I'm in charge of my own fate. Left the excuses behind. Now I'm the illest violinist alive. I took the pain and I thrive, but look at me now.
We return from timeout, a crucial timeout at that for Western United. What can they do to cause a turnaround? Fitzroy have instated a 2-goal buffer on a second half where chances have been at a premium. It's been KG Futsal, and the 5th man in Elias Parthamos has been instated. This is huge for Western United. You hear the okay from Adam Palombi. Is this the last roll of the dice?
Well, they've still got time to turn things around. And they're not going to go out without using all the tricks up their sleeve.
Moseni, hustled by Wickett and Russo, tried to return it to Parthamos. And in the end, Seb Wickett ran out of room, could only find touch. There's Bayrakli for Parthamos once more. Lovely ball wide for Angelatos. Skopolidis. Angelatos on the return. Couple of touches, and it will be a Western corner.
Edging closer. Can they find that half chance on goal?
Bayrakli for Angelatos. Let's work it between themselves, trying to work the room for Parthamos at the back stick. See the cannon lurking. Now here he is. Parthamos to have a go. Russo got in the way this time. He nearly sold Bayrakli short. Robotis nearly there with an open net. United playing with fire.
Nearly burnt. Nearly burnt. Haven't seen this yet from Western. At least I haven't, Ethan. With Parthamos in the 5th man. Let's see what they can do.
Bayrakli. Angelatos switches for Parthamos. Moseni stole a yard down the line. Russo got in the way, but Bayrakli happy to recover and carry. Fitzroy focusing on the defensive block rather than territory. As Parthamos for Bayrakli once more. Skopolidis has now dropped indoors, trying to open up space. Parthamos. Bayrakli, switch for Angelatos. What can they find? Parthamos now quickens it for Moseni. Wicket straight on his back. Robotis nearly stole away with it once and twice. Harry Robotis looked to turn in a 5th, but couldn't find the finishing touch.
Moseni really feeling the pressure of this situation. You can tell each time he's in possession. Fitzroy just aware to that fact, and well, you can see the possession. He got himself caught in a wide area and nearly ruled out United's chances in this one.
Russo clipped for Robotis, who was held up by Bayrakli. Fitzroy will have a free kick, having evaded the Western United press well. And this is a glorious opportunity for the Tigers to pile on the pain, as Western United have their 5th foul as well. This could be it.
Timer factor, the free kicker factor, all going against that of United. Western to equalise in terms of the ledger and get one back on the side that beat them when they faced last time. As for Western, they might be out of time. They simply have to be perfect from here.
It is Nepomuceno's free kick. Greg palmed it into his own shin and was able to gather. He looked to go long for Moseni immediately. Took it down, rolled it for Montiglione, who was just a touch ahead of it. Nepomuceno for Robotis. Russo let it run. Javaro Nepomuceno now pressed by 2. Moseni initiating. Allen came away with it. Clip long. Skopolidis first up. Montiglione tried to make it work. Lovely flick for Bayrakli. And Aaron Yu makes a top save.
Bayrakli not happy. He'll claim that there was hands in his back when the shot was taken. He's going to have a chat to the official. Moseni got himself in a good area. And there was a lot of, well, players running left and right. The pass he might have undercooked, but it's United just trying to be proactive in this one.
As Aaron Yu might look to finish it. Aaron Yu from his own D, and that may well be that. It had to be him for the 5th against his former side.
Goal for Fitzroy, number 23, Aaron Yu.
He saw his opportunity from range and found the finish which may well ice this.
Against his former club, Aaron Yu had a lot to do tonight. He was not going to get anywhere near that Montiglione consolation prize, but all considered, he will be happy to have gotten himself on the score sheet. Wasn't too, well, celebratory, just a sign of respect. Of course, had a lot of respect for Western throughout his tenure there. And for Fitzroy, seals this contest.
Robotis looking to inflict further pain. Russo had a go. Grigg made a top save. United surviving the risk of this becoming a touch. A reflection that may not justify how well they've played. You look to find wickets straight away. They will reload time well and truly a factor, but the deficit may be too heavy. Skopolidis skipping his way beyond half court. Montiglione unloading to shoot once again. Allen stuck a leg out. Wicket did well to find Russo. Fitzroy have 2 on the switch. Waited for Bayrakli to commit, then found Allen, who's been wonderful tonight. Robotis rolled it for Wicket to have a hit, and he crashed it against the post.
In a quiet sub-genre of tonight's game posts. Said wicket. Struck it sweetly. Greg beaten, but not the sticks.
Robotis from the side. Back for Russo. Lovely ball to find wicket. Has 3 to beat. Wicket trying to dance his way beyond by Parthamos, and did. Skipped inside Montileone too before Parthamos came to give him a hand. He bodied Russo. Parthamos for Angelatos. Allen with a crucial cutout in the right place, right time, as he has been so often tonight.
Brilliant passage from all sets of players involved. Parthamos, ball on a string, got around Russo. Inch perfect to pick out his teammate, but Josh Allen read the situation well.
And here is Allen.
And what a game to mention, Ethan, he has played tonight. Certainly one of the more impressive players on court as he looks to get back to career best fitness. It's always a pleasure seeing him on court.
Glorious switch from Allen as well, who's really been the glue tonight for this Fitzroy side. Switches for Robotis once more. And he's happy to just take all the sting out of it. What a return he has been for this side, who are looking to overcome their deficit. Josh Allen may want to go and grab a goal himself. Angelatos hustled him out of play. Lucas Grigg took it quickly, but in the end could only throw it to his counterpart. Now Robotis, just looking to tick down the seconds, Fitzroy, in professional fashion, while Jarin tried to skip his way over Grigg, who didn't claim the first time but did the second.
Nearly a curb stomp involuntarily from Jarin upon Grigg. Blending in perhaps some wrestling, but well, Fitzroy have called a timeout. They want to get another goal in this one, you'd assume. And that's what they'll try to get upon the resumption of play. Timeout.
As we return from timeout for what may be the final time, Sakawal Jarin has a snapshot as Fitzroy have well and truly fizzled this game out as a contest. They were looking to fire in and inflict more pain on a Western United side who, to their credit, have given it everything, but now will see themselves drop below the Tigers in the table. As fortune favours Fitzroy, it was gritty, it was hard-fought futsal, but the Tigers have found their roar once more. They begin the climb up Series Futsal's Everest in emphatic fashion. Full-time in Darabin, it is Western United 2, Fitzroy 5.
สำหรับผมในกีฬาฟุตซอลครับ2 อย่างที่ต้องมีครับในตัวนักกีฬาฟุตซอลครับก็ระเบียบวินัยแล้วก็ความมุ่งมั่นครับมี2 อย่างนี้ก็ทำให้คุณอาจจะประสบความสำเร็จได้ครับ
ก็ฟุตซอลเป็นเหมือนชีวิตผมครับเพราะว่าผมทำมันมาตั้งแต่เด็กแล้วก็คิดว่ามันน่าจะเป็นส่วนหนึ่งในชีวิตของผมเลยครับ
ผมเสียสละในกีฬานี้ก็ในเรื่องของเวลาครับเพราะว่าเราต้องทิ้งทุกอย่างไปข้างหลังครับแล้วก็คอนเซนเทรตแล้วก็มีความมุ่งมั่นกับกีฬานี้เพื่อที่จะพัฒนาตัวเองแล้วก็ไปสู่ความสำเร็จครับ
สำหรับต้องมีความมุ่งมั่นแล้วก็ความพยายามประสบความสำเร็จ
พวกเราไม่เคยหยุดได้ล่ะพวกเรามาที่นี่เพื่อพวกเราหยุดไม่ได้
Halo, salam olahraga untuk seluruh pencinta futsal di Indonesia. Kami dari Morlan Futsal Club dan Series Futsal akan mengadakan giveaway di mana akan dipilih 15 pemenang. Masing-masing pemenang akan mendapatkan satu jersey original dari Morlan Futsal Club. Syaratnya sangat gampang, langsung saja follow akun Instagram ini dan akan dipilih selama 5 hari ke depan. Jadi tunggu apa lagi? Let's go!
I grew up with low self-esteem. It was me and my mom that just us in the trauma. Hands up if you know what I mean. I see you, I feel you. I want you to know that you're not alone. I know what it's like not to have a home. What a bowl. Feel like I live in the end zone. I'm the one leading the drives. The crew riding round in a benzo. Ready? I've been in charge of my own fate. Left the excuses behind. Now I'm the illest violinist alive. I took the pain and I thrive. But look at me now.
Elias Parthamos, not the result Western were looking for tonight. Your immediate thoughts on the contest?
Positive signs. We did well for parts of the game, but it comes down to mistakes. It comes down to little details that we'll work on in training. But great effort, but not where we want to get to tonight.
You mentioned some positives. What were they from your lens?
We defended well at times. I think futsal, you got to defend for the whole game. And so periods, we fell asleep and we copped goals. So times we defended well. Some of the ball movement were great. Balls over the top was good, but at the end of the day, the small details changed the game.
And now the mentality of Western, of course, the title was on the mindset. The loss tonight, how does that sort of all come into a picture now?
Look, we take it game by game. We want to get as many points as possible this season. We just take it game by game. We've got 7 games to go now, so we've got 7 big games, so we just got to take it game by game. And slowly we'll improve, and as people have seen, as we all have seen, we've really progressed this season, so very happy with that, but certainly more to work on.
Thank you for your time.
Europe or in other countries, I think there are good levels here in Australia. There are good players, so they have to work hard, and maybe in the future Australia is in the top.
Kozzy Russo, a great performance from Fitzroy tonight. Your immediate thoughts?
Yeah, it was a tough game. We lost to them last time, so we knew we had to, get them back, and we can't really afford to lose any more games this season, so I don't know, every game's a must-win at this point.
And more on your own performance. A brilliant goal tonight. Saw you smiling on court, really enjoying your time out there. Tell us about it.
Yeah, it was good. I mean, I haven't been scoring too much as of late, but I don't really think about it. I've scored that many goals. Everyone forgets too quick, but yeah, it's good to get a goal, obviously, but yeah, more important, obviously, the 3 points.
And not to individualise, but you mentioned reminiscing. Josh Allen tonight was fantastic. Your thoughts surrounding such an important player for Fitzroy?
Yeah, he embodies everything that this club is about. Obviously, he's been out for a couple months with the injury. It's great to have him back at training in the games. He's just like a positive person, and he makes everyone better. So yeah, great performance by him and the team.
Thank you for your time. Kozzy Russo.
สำหรับผมในกีฬาฟุตซอลครับ2 อย่างที่ต้องมีครับในตัวนักกีฬาฟุตซอลครับก็ระเบียบวินัยแล้วก็ความมุ่งมั่นครับมี2 อย่างนี้ก็ทำให้คุณอาจประสบความสำเร็จได้ครับ
ก็ฟุตซอลเป็นเหมือนชีวิตผมครับเพราะว่าผมทำมันมาตั้งแต่เด็กแล้วก็คิดว่ามันน่าจะเป็นส่วนหนึ่งในชีวิตของผมเลยครับ
ผมเสียสละในกีฬานี้ก็ในเรื่องของเวลาครับเพราะว่าเราต้องทิ้งทุกอย่างไปข้างหลังครับแล้วก็คอนเซนเทรตแล้วก็มีความมุ่งมั่นกับกีฬานี้เพื่อที่จะพัฒนาตัวเองแล้วก็ไปสู่ความสำเร็จครับ
สำหรับต้องมีความมุ่งมั่นแล้วก็ความอดทนแล้วก็ความพยายามครับผมถึงประสบความสำเร็จได้ครับ
พวกเราไม่เคยหยุดไล่ล่าพวกเรามาที่นี่เพื่อพิชิตพวกเราหยุดไม่ได้
Halo, salam olahraga untuk seluruh pencinta futsal di Indonesia. Kami dari Morlan Futsal Club dan Series Futsal akan mengadakan giveaway di mana akan dipilih 15 pemenang. Masing-masing pemenang akan mendapatkan 1 jersey original dari Morlan Futsal Club. Syaratnya sangat gampang, langsung saja follow akun Instagram ini dan akan dipilih selama 5 hari ke depan. Jadi tunggu apa lagi? Let's go!
I grew up with low self-esteem. It was me and my mama, just us in the trauma. Hands up if you know what I mean. I see you, I feel you. I want you to know that you're not alone. I know what it's like not to have a home. Feel like I live in the end zone. I'm the one leading the drives. The crew riding around in a benzo. I'm in charge of my own fate. Left the excuses behind. Now I'm the illest violinist alive. I took the pain and I thrive, but look at me now.
A good futsal player has to be intelligent. It's the most important quality in a futsal player because in futsal play is very fast, and you have to think really fast. You don't have time, you don't have a space. They have to enjoy the game. This finally futsal or football or basketball or tennis, it's only a game, so they have to enjoy. If they don't enjoy the game, they don't improve. No, they know that we know as coaches that every day is good for improve your level, so you have to work hard every day. It's detail, it's important for improve your career. The group is the key of success. If you don't have a union group, you can win some matches, you can win some tournaments, but finally you don't win the World Cup or you don't win the European Championship. You need a strong group and everybody go in the same direction. The futsal is totally different than in Europe or in other countries. I think there are good levels here in Australia. There are good players, so they have to work hard. And maybe in the future Australia is in the top.
Welcome back to Darebin for what could well and truly be the game of the night. Fitzroy have laid the gauntlet down for our hard-hitting, title-chasing quartet. And Moreland, the leaders, face Pascoe Vale, who have a point to prove. The Lions have roared their way back into the title picture as Enrique Pimenta roars an early effort towards goal. And of course, the return fixture of this game did not go their way. However, there is a chance to close this gap to close enough to touching distance, with many fixtures between all of our top 4 remaining. Ethan Rigg and Adam Palombi for the second of this absolutely tantalising trio of fixtures we have for the return of Series Futsal. As Enrique Pimenta saunters forward and has a go, Adam, a lively start.
We can't seem to get a break at the start of the games because they just start at breakneck speed. and Moreland asking questions early. Both teams had to swap benches before this one commenced, which provided rather the calm moment before the storm. But the way it started, Ethan, the Blues looking to remain perfect and undefeated.
Dos Santos down the line for Ali. Now Pimenta works it wide for Adam Cooper. Moreland in white this evening. It is a rare sight this season as Adam Cooper recovers once more. You can hear the shouts for control as Ali finds Kevin Dos Santos face to face with Felipe Evangelista. Worked it wide for Pimenta, sold him short. Arturo Diaz might have an early go. Habe makes a top save. Pimenta was the one who came away with it. 3 Pasco Vale shirts to beat, and he picked his way through all of them. Rahan Ali crashes against the post. Anything will do, chances at both ends, and Evangelista has to hook it clear.
Oh, this one has started like a raging bull, and Arturo Diaz Garzon wasn't far away at all. He loves this fixture. He loves scoring brilliant goals in this fixture. Have to remind you that time in Thomastown, where basically off a half turn, he completely tore the roof off it to open the scoring some time ago. But it must be said, it's been a brilliant start.
As Pimenta had a hit, Jarvis Gin into early action. Poblete thought he was fouled behind play. Newen, as Poblete hits the deck again. Evangelista tried to go his way beyond Dibby Habe. This game has started at utterly breakneck speed, 100 mile an hour from the start.
There's talking points already in this one, considering Apostolakis is not playing tonight. A major spotlight upon Ibrahim Habe. He's got a lot to do. He'll be a very busy customer. He's quite the esteemed goalkeeper. And not to mention, Ethan, Rahan Ali has some tape around his knee. He was tipped not to play this evening. Although he is on court, he has started the Kiwi International. It's a short-staffed but top-heavy Blues outlet. Habe in goal, Pimenta, Cooper, Dos Santos, and Ali on court. No Norbury, Swedan, De Souza, Cassin, and Badagos complete the bench. Pasco Vale have the numbers.
They certainly do, as Evangelista looked to dart his way down the line. I was about to say, we've hardly had a second to introduce these lineups. Pasco Vale with a few more numbers. Jarvis Gin in between the sticks. Arturo Diaz Garzon, as well as Victor Poblet, Evangelista and Michael Newen out on court. The bench is packed with Alison Lima, Joaquim Jimenez, Chavinan, Kevin Lamb, Albion Chachi, and Victor Poblet, who is out on court. It's a huge, huge night for both sides. You cannot underestimate the importance of a game quite like this. The gap is there to be closed. Pasco Vale are the ones who need to close it. Moreland might as well march on into the sunset with a win, as Gin's found by Diaz Garzon. He looked to go long in the way of Evangelista. Pimenta got it from Adam Cooper. It's worked to Rahan Ali, who's got to beat Michael Newen. Ali took a heavy touch with allowed Poblete to poke his way through. Left it down for Michael Newen. Pasco Vale looked to go on the counter. Dos Santos was able to recover Cooper's challenge. Worked it wide for Pimenta. And this game has started in such fluidity. Evangelista and then Dos Santos in with a heavy challenge, which has left Evangelista on the deck. Cooper is the one who comes away with it before courteously rolling it into touch.
Well, the Brazilians came into each other like bulldozers. Great friends off the court. On the court, well, you already know which way that goes. Dos Santos, the captain, just telling his teammates to roll the ball out of play. And Pasco Vale will give it back in a sign of good sportsmanship. So that's been perhaps the only ebb and flow in this one so far. It's been very lively.
Beautiful ball from Cooper for Ali, who had a stab. Jarvis Gin got his angles right. He rolled it for Evangelista. Face to face with Cooper, Poblet. Now Newen, who was hustled by Rahan Ali. That knee is incredibly heavily strapped. He was very late in, wasn't he, Adam?
Surprised to see his name on the team sheet. In all honesty, Milton Sakos perhaps taking the risk. They know more than that a win tonight would certainly put them in the driving seat of driving seats. Pasco Vale, if they are to get the 3 points on offer, could certainly reignite their season.
But Pimenta's stolen in! There's a lack of communication at the back for Pasco Vale. Jarvis Gin came and didn't get a meaningful touch. Pimenta worked his way round the back, and Moreland march into the lead.
Goal for the Northern Blues. Number 17, Henrique Pimenta.
It was delivered on a plate for him in the end. A bit of chaos as to how it came about as Pascoe Vale looked to quickly rebound. Evangelista knew and nearly stole in. Pimenta came away with it. This game has started at such a frantic pace, but it was absolute mayhem at the back for Pascoe Vale, Adam.
Not to mention Pimenta starting to re-emerge in some career best form here in Darebin. He's got that touch, perhaps more hunger. Looks like a man possessed on court week in, week out. And that goal really embodies such, considering it's a rare mistake from the captain of Arturo Diaz Garzon. And how quick was Pimenta to latch on and score to break the deadlock?
Cooper for Dos Santos. Pimenta just worked his way round the back wonderfully. Capitalised on a crucial Pascoe Vale error, and you can't afford to make many against a blue side who are in such fine form. Cooper clips for him once more. He takes that down beautifully, does Pimenta. Tried to roll one in for Dos Santos, but Newen got in the way. Right now, Adam, Moreland look imperious.
Maybe so, but not symbolising that finish from Cooper, which firmly travelled up and over the bar. The Charchies. Well, Albion is in the team sheet tonight for Pascoe Vale. Of course, Mazen Abdallah still injured. And, well, Aidan Charchi, Fabrizio Novak, just that touch, well, not pessimistic, but questioning the way in which their side has started tonight.
Poblit, lovely ball. Evangelista flung a leg out. It was a super pass by Diaz Garzon to find him. But Felipe Evangelista couldn't quite apply the finish, and Pascoe Vale were in good form prior to the Easter break. A momentous win over fierce rivals Fitzroy and a thumping of Carlton Heart. But Rahan Ali can make it too, and Jarvis Jin made a super save.
He did. He in fact did, Jarvis Jin. Could have put the house on Rahan Ali scoring in that situation. The goalkeeper came out tall.
It is a Moreland corner as a result. It's worked all the way out to Adam Cooper, face to face with Newen, who dived in, judged it beautifully, then came away with it. Diaz Garzon now for Poblete. Does well to keep it in and skip his way inside. Victor Poblete took them all on in the end and came away with it. Evangelista for Diaz Garzon. Now Poblete rolls it back for Arturo Diaz Garzon. Newen sat one down. Poblete went down. Pascoe Vale appeals. Moreland go on the break in the meantime. Kevin Dos Santos looked to work it back for Rahan Ali, but those in black are incensed on the bench.
All up in arms, and they knew that was a major moment in this matchup. And, well, they didn't get the rub of the asphalt, but Poblete's causing problems early.
He was darting his way forward. Chose Evangelista in the end. Looked to slow it down. Diaz Garzon. Lovely switch for Felipe Evangelista. Newen's dropped deepest. Poblete's come inside, face to face with Cooper. Arturo Diaz had a hit. Pimenta got in the way. Rahan Ali came away with it. Was very careful on that knee. Rolled it for Kevin Dos Santos, who has 3 Pascoe Vale shirts to beat. Worked it all the way home for Enrique Pimenta.
You could see both the Raging Bull and Pimenta, or made that Rahan Ali rather, when they came together, they both had their knees strapped up, so they were, well, wanting to get the ball and compete for it, but they were both very attentive to their injuries, or potential injuries rather, on their knees.
A lot of caution and chivalry in those challenges as it's worked wide for Kevin Dos Santos, who via a deflection will win Moreland yet another corner. And at the moment, Adam, Pascoe Vale are really, really under the cosh. As Cooper from the corner, trying to work it around Newen. Another deflection. Moreland reload once more, and that was a crucial touch from Michael Newen.
Teasing deflection, Jarvis Jin. Well, a brief sigh of relief from the goalkeeper. It's a very cruel deflection, which nearly found its way into the back of the net for Moreland.
It will be Pimenta to take once more. Cooper at the far post. Danced his way beyond Lima. Stabbed it at goal. Ali came away with it. Adam Cooper again dragged it across the face.
Protests from both Pimenta and Cooper. To both officials, they were adamant. That took a touch of a Pascoe Vale player, but it will be Jarvis Jin's ball. They're into something here, Paco, considering Moreland are really looking hungry at the minute, aren't they?
Pimenta, the hungriest of them. He won in. Alison Lima stuck a heavy foot out, and Kevin Dos Santos hits the deck. It will be a Moreland free kick. Just a little bit of fire starting to creep out from those in black. Enrique Pimenta probably led the charge for Moreland too. There's a bit of feeling in this game.
Well, you mentioned a bit of fire. Alison Lima, a complete set of fireworks when he's on the court. The nicest guy off it, on the court. I'm sure you know which other way that might go. I'm sure by his own concession he'll say the same. A few changes from both sides. Some Brazilian flair in this one. Lima de Souza on counterpart sides. Kevin Lamb for some pace in attack for Pascoe Vale. Nice complexion to this one.
It's Lima. Looked to work it for Kevin Lamb. Cooper got in the way. Now Pimenta. What can Moreland work? Enrique Pimenta looked to have a go. It'll trickle its way back to Ibi Habe, who outside of the early couple of minutes has been merely a passenger for the Blues in this. He might be called into action, but Diaz Garthon's touch only takes him out of play. Pimenta took it quickly, found Robson de Souza, who's been in fine form in front of goal. 3 to beat and had his pocket picked. Kevin Lamb tried to roll Alison Lima, but those two weren't on the same wavelength.
Some real pace with Kevin Lamb. We know that about his game. Too quick for his own good to acknowledge Lima, who never arrived on the overlap.
Gets in the way of Dos Santos' switch. Ahmed Swidan out on court. Over on this broadcast side, he looked to roll in Robson de Souza, who's got the long sleeves on. The right move as it's a chilly night in the city's north. Newen took a slippery touch, found it to Diaz Garthon. In the end, the press worked from Swidan and de Souza. Pascoe Vale just can't get out again.
We mentioned pace. Ahmed Swidan might be one of the quickest players in the competition. Really enjoyed his time here since arriving.
Nearly a gorgeous ball from Diaz Garthon. Forced Habe to come out and make it an untoward clearance as de Souza clipped it back to him. Kevin Lamb from the side. The two Brazilians getting physical in the D. Diaz Garthon for Kevin Lamb once more. Lovely timing on the challenge from Robson de Souza, and Pascoe Vale will have to reset again.
He's looking stronger, Robson de Souza. Standing challenge from the Brazilian-Australian. Touch lets him down there, but of course a very explosive player. You can see that Pascoe Vale are keeping a firm tab on him. We've got Alison Lima in that individual battle. Keep a close eye on it.
2-8 locking horns as Lamb rolls it for Alison Lima. Opens up for him to have a go. And Ibi Habe, with his first real piece of action, makes a strong save.
Yep. Authoritative. Fists it away. Danger not averted. What can Paco do here?
Lima's corner taken quickly for Newen. This time a dummy for Kevin Lamb, who was trying to approach. Kevin Dos Santos kept it in, but he's hustled, and in the end, Kevin Lamb, a bit too eager on the press, gives away a free kick and releases the pressure on Moreland's number 12. But as you mentioned, Apostolakis is out, Adam. How big is the job on Ibi Habe's shoulders tonight?
Huge. I mean, this is an opportunity Habe, I'm sure, has longed for. He wants match minutes. He wants to be played, not by his own concession, but by my own assumption. And, well, what a game it is for him to really showcase what he's about, what his ability can do, how his goalkeeping acumen is. And you can tell in the warm-up even, Ethan, he was really locked in, and we'll keep a firm eye on how he performs tonight.
Dos Santos looking to come away with it, trying to step his way beyond Arn. Dos Santos drifted in court. Now Swidan immediately looked to go. Kevin Lamb on his heels. A good matchup for Pascoe Vale. Two players with immense pace. Jarvis Jin's come a long way. Lima got a clever touch. Newen clipped it down the line for Arn. Adam Cooper went to engage him immediately, as did Dos Santos. Arn did brilliantly. Newen miskicked it, and Swidan came across to clear the danger just about. Lovely ball to find Dos Santos. Pascoe Vale tried to make the press tick. Kevin Dos Santos hit the deck, called up immediately. De Souza danced his way beyond Lima. Jin came out of his area, made a crucial stop. Alison Lima was the one to maraud forward. Had a slip and a stumble, and in the end, he will be standing face-to-face with Swidan. Rolled it for Lamb, and they go home to Michael Newen.
Take a breath, Ethan, but you can't, considering it's just going everywhere. And how close Pascoe Vale were at the other end. The ball just ricocheting every which direction. Morn's able to get it clear and test Jarvis Jin at the other end, and they have possession still.
Cooper looking to have a drive, flashed across the face. But it's been that kind of game so far. We talked about how KG the one went beforehand. This one is showing no signs of slowing down. Pascoe chasing as Lima drops deepest to receive from Nguyen. Finds Arn, who could have given it to him on the return. Looked to work it to Kevin Lamb, and Swedan might be able to go the other way now. Needed to dance his way beyond 2. Still has Arn to beat, and he did brilliantly. Did Shavin Arn. That was a super challenge.
Physicality, lots of it. Swedan ball on a string personified. His foot simply turned the complete opposite way, but he still has control. It's unreal. And Arn was very strong to just concede a side ball.
There is Swedan once more, found by Dos Santos. Lovely ball down the line for Robson de Souza. Has Michael Nguyen to beat. Dos Santos once again. And of course, the transfer window is still open. Neither of these sides have made any new acquisitions, as that's a flashing ball across the face. Swedan might have it open up for him. Jarvis Jin got a touch, but Ahmed Swedan turned it in via the post.
Goal for the Northern Blues. Number 63, Ahmed Swedan.
He took it so cleanly and coolly. And Moreland, who had an extra week off over Easter, are showing the smoothness and sharpness you would expect. As Kevin Lamb looks to give Pascoe Vale an immediate response. Look for Alison Lima, but will get a free kick as a result.
Adam Cooper turning Italian with the hand gestures. Was rather confused to why that was a free kick, but no confusion about it. And Michael Nguyen, deep on this broadcast side, will have a chance to really infiltrate the sticks. And Pascoe Vale, Ethan, as this game continues, are in need of the next goal, you feel.
Nguyen's free kick. The perfect opportunity. Robson de Souza in himself as a makeshift wall. Next goal crucial. Michael Nguyen has a drive. Habe unbothered.
It's his tall frame, it's his tall stature, which really would keep players guessing upon a free kick opportunity. That's exactly what might have happened there to Michael Nguyen.
Swedan, as Morden looked to work it out of defence, rolls it for Adam Cooper. He used this switch so well. Pascoe Vale unsure on the press. Dos Santos for Swedan once more. Now Cooper again. De Souza. He just keep possession with so much calmness and clarity. As Kevin Dos Santos for Cooper once more. Thought about a substitution and then faked it. Swedan. Lovely ball for Dos Santos. They tried to work their way out of the press so well, but in the end they just ran out of room.
All smiles though, all considered. That chemistry's building. And Swedan was, well, happy with the movement and idea from his captain.
Lamb tried to lift one for Lima down the far side. That's been the difference so far. Pascoe Vale haven't had as much of the ball. It's mainly been based on the break. As Lima for Lamb once more. Lovely 1-2. Alison Lima. Nguyen nearly came away with it before hitting the deck. Lima twisted and turned. Michael Nguyen is still down and in a bit of strife. Clutching at his arm. And we have a halt in play for him to be tended to.
Yeah, he's clutching at his elbow. It's a very awkward landing from Michael Nguyen. Another player who's quite tall in his own right. And, well, a lot of timber had hit the deck once he was to fall. And yeah, he's clutching at his elbow. Aidan Chacha will have a look as the makeshift medico for Pascoe Vale. Such a fundamental play. He's gripping, of course, at the crown jewels as well. He might have had a bit of a feeling there on the way down. Be a bit winded, but well, he's a player in which Pascoe Vale cannot afford to have out of this contest, you feel. He'll have a line wire, he'll have a linchpin. He's everything in that, then some, Michael Nguyen. And considering the season he's having also. So he has the bib thrown at him. Nods his head towards Maurizio Novak. That's not a real promising sign. So we'll keep our glimpses on him. And what a turning point this could be yet again for Pascoe Vale, who already are against the ropes.
They already have a lot to do. And they can't afford a player of Michael Nguyen's calibre to go down either, especially with the system they've got to. Having Arturo Diaz-Garzon deepest has freed up Michael Nguyen in the weeks prior to Easter. He's been so integral to their upturn in form and their re-emergence in the title picture. he is being tended to. And those at Pascoe Vale, of course, giving him glances and glimpses, every opportunity to see whether he's ready to come back out. Meantime, we have a free kick, and Evangelista took it. Back for Arturo Diaz-Garzon. Looked to work an angle. Rolled it for Evangelista! Ibi Habe with a flying stop at the expense of a corner, which Lima is in a hurry to take. Took it quickly to Evangelista once more. This time couldn't drive beyond Rahan Ali. Dos Santos came at him for company and wanted a high boot. Instead, the clearance is high and ricochets off the roof.
Brilliant save from Habe. Adjusted quickly. Missed all the traffic.
Swidhan for the Blues as they look to get going once more. Dos Santos face to face with Arn. Lima looked to apply the press. Swidhan's options are dwindling. In the end, anywhere would do for him, but Pascoe Vale press for the first time this evening. As Diaz-Garzon, he himself is pressed by Rahan Ali. Pimenta looked to return the favour. Diaz-Garzon has done brilliantly. Switched it for Sean Arn, who gave it back to him at a roll. And Ibi Habe got a crucial touch. Another super stop from him.
Lima trying to flick on at the death. Habe, Man Mountain, covered that space.
Corner for Pascoe Vale. Diaz-Garzon took it on. Stolen march. Completely unmarked at the back post. The first time that Moreland have been caught napping by Pascoe Vale. Lima taking it in from the side. All of his options have emerged near post. Felipe Evangelista, who looked to bulldoze one, Arn got in the way. Evangelista had a stab. Habe made another super save. Dos Santos came away with it, clipped it long. Jin was well and truly hustled and in the end shoved by Enrique Pimenta.
A little bit overzealous, perhaps, was Ricky. Pimenta putting one into his counterpart keeper. Lima hustling Ali out of play and earns a side possession for Pascoe Vale. Habe again, Ethan, keeping an eye on him. He was quick to spread and make the save.
Called into action a couple of times in recent minutes, Habe, as Lima's ball for Evangelista gives it back to him. Alison Lima trying to work his way beyond Rahan Ali, who had a stab not once but twice. Alison Lima still going, had his pocket picked by Enrique Pimenta, who sat Diaz-Garzon down and couldn't find Rahan Ali, who was advancing.
Richard Novak had a quick stern chat to Alison Lima. He was aware of it, Alison, considering squandered possession. Pimenta, a man possessed, we can't understate it. He was everywhere.
As Dos Santos comes away with it from a scrap. Kevin Dos Santos needed to sit Arturo Diaz-Garzon down. Alison Lima in heavily, but in the end, Pascoe Vale will come away with it. That's a real dive, wasn't it?
He's growing frustrated, Lima, and Richard Novak knows that. Jimenez will take his spot for the first time tonight. Malcolm Newen just feeling up his elbow, but he will be okay. The bib is off, and we should see him soon.
Diaz-Garzon, Jimenez. Back with his captain, who's orchestrated so much. Look to clip Evangelista in over the top. Swidhan wants to hustle it out of play. Evangelista's kept it alive. Too heavy on the press. And Evangelista's left something in on Swidhan here.
Evangelista's not happy at all. He wrestles himself away from it. Swidhan will have a chat also. Milton Sakos wants a timeout, and which is the call from our timekeeper. Swidhan and Evangelista, always a good sign to see, despite coming together. Shake hands and we'll continue and find sportsmanship.
This might just bring a calm to the tempers, which have begun to flare. As we go to our first timeout break, Moreland with an early double, and they lead Pascoe Vale by 2-0.
Australia is in the top.
So we return from a timeout for the first time in this contest this evening. Moreland currently exercising the control and stranglehold that they have shown so often this season. Cooper finds Pimenta in order to re-get that going, who found Rahan Ali instantly. Pimenta's made a darting run and turned in a Moreland treble with a superb header.
Goal for Moreland. Number 17, Enrique Pimenta.
And you can feel them marching off.
That is as cutting of futsal, dare I say, I've witnessed in my year and a half of commentary. It was absolutely undeniable, the pressure and overall play from Pimenta. And it's all symbolised in the way he scored that diving header. Brilliant.
Pascoe looked to respond instantly. Diaz Garzon with a lunge. Pimenta came away with it. But they caught Pascoe Vale. I wouldn't even say napping. It was just precise, perfect futsal.
It is some season he is having. And while it's not Goodnight Irene yet, it's certainly going the way in which the Blues have envisioned. And the talking point in this one is the performance of Enrique Pimenta. That is as one of the most, how do you even describe it, Ethan? It was such a well-taken goal. It's just so much authority. There was so much of Pimenta saying, this is mine, this is my moment, and this is what's happening.
It was a supreme header from Pimenta as Diaz Garzon leaves one on Adam Cooper. That is the frustration showing for Pascoe Vale at the moment, who find themselves in a similar situation to the reverse fixture. They were well and truly mauled by Moreland on that occasion. And they have an uphill battle against him. Evangelista, who's fought from start to finish. Cassine looked to roll it for Rahan Ali. Jarvisian judged it well. Evangelista was able to find it on the break. Jimenez looked to get it under. Cassine, so impressive on the press. Continued his way, skipped beyond three of them. Rahan Ali could only fire it in to the side netting.
Cassine, fantastic. A lot of courage. Came forward with authority. That's really been the theme here for the Blues tonight. Since kickoff, they've just come in such a manner of ferocity, of pace, of power. And not just Pimenta, but the majority of their players are embodying that tonight.
Diaz Garzon for Arn. What can Pascoe Vale work from here? They need an almighty turnaround if they are to try and salvage something from this game, to get themselves back in it. Jimenez being pressed by Rahan Ali, who with that knee heavily strapped has shown no signs of slowness. He's been brilliant on the press as Evangelista. Diaz Garzon gave a gorgeous little flick back to him. Now on. Finds his skipper. Joaquin Jimenez for Arn. Lovely dummy. Diaz Garzon tried to give it back to him. In the end, stolen away from Pimenta. Arn tried to turn it goalwards. And that is a huge look for Pascoe Vale.
It's one of their better moves. Certainly one of their better plays. And, well, Arn tried to go across the face of the keeper, maybe covering his angles. I'll play from the Raging Bull for the half opportunity. But still yet a real proper test upon Moreland.
Wonderful from Pimenta to find Barragos, who looked to give it back to him. They now have a 2-on-1 Pascoe Vale. Jimenez went alone, and they do have a goal back. Beautifully taken from Joaquin Jimenez. Is that Pascoe Vale's lifeline?
Goal for Pascoe Vale, number 3, Joaquin Jimenez.
Super finish. And a great run from Arn as well to draw almost as a decoy and open up the space.
It's so satisfying seeing correct decisions being made when in that situation, because it's confronting for the attacker, having an option out wide or going solo. You don't want to be selfish. You don't want to not have a shot on goal. And, well, if you are to take it on, you have to score it. That's exactly what Jimenez had done, and what a crucial time to do it for the Lions.
Moreland looking for a quick response. Cassine for Cooper, now Dos Santos. Face to face with Evangelista, who dangled a leg. Kevin Dos Santos worked his way beyond brilliantly. Kept possession as well, but Evangelista stuck a leg in. That Pascoe Vale bench animated as ever. Moreland cut a more calm figure. Dos Santos tried to roll it for Cassin. How important is this final 5 minutes to half-time for both sides?
Same case again. Next goal, very important. We don't like to overuse it, but that's simply what's going to happen here in the complexion of this game.
Another Moreland side ball. This is a string of them. Once again, Dos Santos and Cassin combined. This time they win themselves a corner. Can they quell any Pascoe Vale hopes? Of course, a lot of time left. However, it would be such a gut punch for Moreland to score a fourth prior to the break and undo all of the good work that Pascoe Vale have done to claw one back. Dos Santos from the side. Cassin again had a hit. This time got some purchase on it. Jimenez stabbed it away. Cassin happy to recover. Him and Habe, coordinate in their efforts, see it out of play.
Cassin springing his step. He's happy to let it roll out of play.
Cooper for Dos Santos. Evangelista stuck a leg in. Inside the final 5 minutes prior to half-time on what has been a contest which has been a touch scrappy. Heavy challenges flying in on both ends as Pascoe Vale look to press Moreland. Habe with a lovely ball for Baragos. Just a touch too tall.
Idea was certainly there. Execution just not doing Habe justice. The idea certainly impressive.
Newen, Evangelista, Jimenez. They break the Moreland press but have no options on the far side in order to play their way out. That's been the real problem for Pascoe Vale in this first half, hasn't it, Adam? That lack to get some sustained possession.
It's been difficult, considering when they do have that sustained possession. They've got the Blues completely opting to pounce.
Moreland might be able to pounce again. Baragos at the back post. Nearly found by Dos Santos with a lovely ball. The Blues pounce once more on Pascoe Vale possession and nearly made the Lions lick their wounds further.
Baragos was barnstorming his way. He was busting his gut to get to the back post. Wasn't far away. He was, well, not exactly impressed that he didn't get there. It would have been some tremendous effort if he was to.
Poblete for Evangelista is trying to flick Newen in round the corner. It's Moreland defence holding firm. As once again, Pascoe Vale instructed just to take a few more yards further up court. It's time with Evangelista. Still 2 down with a lot to do. It's Jimenez. It's found on the work back. Pressed by Pimenta. Baragos came away with it. Jimenez dived in. It is yet another foul. Pascoe Vale's 5th, but that was a heavy challenge.
It's like a bus on 2 players, very similar. Well, in height, from Baragos, a lot of broadness about his shoulders, and Jimenez completely floored him. Goes into the book, and while Pascoe Vale walking that tightrope, accumulating fouls, and this is an issue. Adam Cooper wanting to step up.
Cooper off the long run. It is Adam Cooper to roll it to the back post. Baragos broke free and implemented a 3-goal buffer for Moreland once more.
Goal for Moreland. Number 15, Miguel Baragos.
He stole a yard. Adam Cooper conned everyone on the long run, rolled it to Baragos. That is a marvellous Moreland 4th.
Really enjoyed the celebration too from Baragos. Got up and about, got animated. The Blues really showcasing in this performance so far what they have been all season, that they mean business. And tonight, they have not put a foot wrong.
Cooper and Dos Santos combining. Lovely clip from Kevin Dos Santos. Evangelista had to put a stop to it. Moreland were nearly off to Jogo Bonito once again, the Blues. That was lovely. And having had a cagey middle period of this first half, you can sense the freedom coming back. Cooper going on a drive this time, and Michael Newen had to put an end to his adventure.
Another interesting battle between, yet again, 2 close mates off the court on it. All that goes out a window.
Pimenta couldn't work his way beyond Poblete. It's 3-on-2 for Pascal. Poblete went alone, and Ibi makes a massive save.
Full stretch, the man in green. Isn't stopped from Habe. Poblete had options left and right, and that might have been one of those situations where it was asking of perhaps a pass, but while Poblete going more direct, earns a corner.
Newen will take. Looked to clip Evangelista at the back post. Barragos read it best. Dos Santos came away with it. Kevin Dos Santos might go alone, but Evangelista did brilliantly in his recovery. Rolled it for Michael Newen. Habe's come a long way, and in the end, Newen couldn't get it under.
Ball skidding away from Newen. He was trying to trap it as it just rolled out of play, but Evangelista, great recovery, great run. Unfortunate that nothing more came from that for Pascoval.
Cooper switch. Pimenta went first time. Chin made a solid enough save. Lamb came away with it. Newen waited for his options, tried to roll it to Evangelista, but Adam Cooper was alert to the situation. And Poblete will have to recover from the side.
Kevin Lamb trying to find involvement. He's got the pace, of course. Can't say it enough. Pascoval need a little bit more from him now if they are to get a goal back.
Evangelista. And here is Kevin Lamb. Over on that far side, left it for Michael Newen. Played it a touch too heavy for him to come onto.
Exactly right, and would have stopped Newen from really wrapping his boot around it, rather, the way in which I'm sure he envisioned.
As Evangelista picks off the press, couldn't find Poblete, decided to go alone. Moreland worked themselves into a hole. And in the end, they're able to have their blushes spared, but maybe he could have rolled Victor Poblete. It might break for him still. Him and Newen can't get it out of either of their feet. Evangelista at the back stick, had a roll, but via an Adam Cooper deflection, will be a Pascoval corner.
Well, Moreland currently a little bit lucky considering, well, the heavy press was there from Pascoval, but they just weren't sure which way to roll the dice.
Newen, Evangelista. Had real whip and dip, and Ibi Habe caught it wonderfully. Looked to find Pimenta straight away. Was a bit too long, but he judged that well. Did Ibi Habe? That was dipping viciously from Evangelista. Gin for Kevin Lamb. That press from Moreland unrelenting. Ali this time came away with it. Evangelista had to pull him back, and he will go into the book for such a challenge.
Evangelista, well, he doesn't want a yellow card. He's trying to run away from the official. It's been called back, and, well, there it is. He's in the book, and Alison Lima will take his place. And, well, somewhat like-for-like change, but all considered, you can see the Lions just starting to get a little bit unnerved by this performance so far. And against it now. And given that was 5 fouls, the officials have been informed it will be a 10-metre free kick. Pimenta will take it. Jarvis Gin has the task, preventing any further punishment on the scoreboard. It has not gone the way of the Lions, and this could certainly play and be the dagger blow.
Cannot give away something like this. Already committed 5 fouls. Jarvis Gin about to face a piercing Pimenta pile driver. It is Enrique Pimenta. Jarvis Gin got it right and made a big save.
That's something. They need something, Pascoval, and that is certainly a little win.
Cooper's ball switched for Swindon. Moreland looking to make that win look minuscule. Habe had to come, did well to clip it, got inventive with it. Lima won it up. There's a big fly in there. Pimenta was the one who came away. Adam Cooper on the recycle, and Ahmed Swindon skipped beyond Poblete beautifully. Michael Newen, however, put an end to his maraud forward. Lamb now skips his way beyond Ali. Might open up for Kevin Lamb. That is a super hit.
Goal for Pascoval, number 19. Kevin Lamb.
And maybe, just maybe, what can that spark for Pascoval?
Fantastic from Kevin Lamb. Simply what he needed to do in this game, and he's gone and done it. Authority. Real intent towards goal. And once he skipped away from his marker, his eyes lit up and the net bulged. And this game has reignited.
Poblete on the press of Adam Cooper. That passion for Pascoval now at the forefront. They are not quite out of this yet. They're asking questions of Moreland, and maybe, just maybe, some uncertainty starting to set in prior to half-time. It is Nguyen for Alison Lima. Had too much loft.
A very rare mistake from Sudan. And well, again, Pascoe-Val, they've had a couple of opportunities, but they just haven't been able to roll the dice properly.
Cooper caught on it this time. Haby happy to have it drop at his feet. Look to go long. Jarvis Jin just about judged that to perfection.
Great readjustment. He was caught in two minds, the goalkeeper, and mid-commitment, he said, no, we're not going to commit completely. He backtracked and headed away.
Had to get it right as Cooper on the switch for Sweden, face-to-face with Alison Lima. Can he work his way inside? Instead, Adam Cooper's got a yard, but not quite the connection.
It's a rare sentence put together, but very true.
Can hear the half-court press being urged from the Moreland bench as Poblete from Michael Nguyen. Has the twist and turn, waiting well and truly on his options. Poblete does well. Nguyen for Lamb, clips it over the top for Poblete, and Haby was off his line and claims confidently. Immediately distributed to Sweden. Had a stab, but Nguyen was in the way. Sweden still going. Ran out of room and ushered by Michael Nguyen.
Pascoe-Val are to claw one back right before half-time. How does that change the team talks from both Milton Sakos and Ritzia Novak? And while considering it's been one of their more prominent passages, they have a corner. Morns looking at touch flat. The Lions looking to pounce, and they will issue a timeout upon the resumption of play. We'll have a corner as we close in on the first half. 2 goals, the buffer in favour of the Blues.
Win the World Cup or you win the European Championship, you need a strong group and everybody go in the same direction. The futsal is totally different than in Europe or in other countries. I think there are good levels here in Australia. There are good players, so they have to work hard. And maybe in the future Australia is in the top.
As we return from timeout for what may be the final time prior to half-time, it is a 2-goal buffer. Moreland lead 4-2, but Pascoe-Val have a corner, and what a goal would do for them right now. It would change everything. Would change the atmosphere and the energy. Poblete to take, rolls it for Kevin Lamb, skip beyond Evangelista, rolled it for Michael Nguyen, looked to set it back to him. Adam Cooper pressed, Kevin Lamb didn't give up on it. Cooper pulled him back, and for that challenge, Adam Cooper will go into the book. Oh no.
It's gone the other way, and the Chachi's in disbelief. Ethan? Well, unpack what's happening here.
Thought he looked pretty cut and dry, but Kevin Lamb is in the book for simulation. And now we have a situation on the Pascoe-Val bench.
Oh, and Angelique, the 4th official, has come across and said, if you want to officiate this game, take my whistle. Authority, we say it time and time again, but that's been the genre in this game. And while the 4th official having none of it from the Chachi protests. Lamb in the book, for staging, if you will. We thought it might have gone the other way, as did Pascoe Vale.
I can't quite believe that.
Look, in real time, it all looks a lot quicker, must be said. I'm sure on a replay, which we don't have the luxury of, unfortunately, currently, we get a more decisive understanding of. But, well, still futsal to call and still moments that can be had for Pascoe Vale deep in this half.
And they may not be out of it yet. Here is Lamb. Trying to skip his way beyond Pimenta. This might be their final knocking of this first half. It will be Kevin Lamb to take from broadcast side. Newen's dropped shortest. Michael Newen. Can't quite work the angle. Now Lamb. Looking to dance beyond Pimenta, who did brilliantly to win it. Poblete dug a leg out. Kevin Lamb came away with it. Newen had a hit. Ibi Habe makes a massive save again.
That was the moment for Michael Newen. He's itched to get into this game. He's not having a bad game by any means, but it's not that vintage Newen we've seen this season so far. And upon the time of asking, Habe again, there to save.
We Pascoe Vale from the side as a result. Evangelista, via a deflection, found its way to Newen, who's now being hustled by 3 Moreland shirts. Evangelista came away with it, and that will be that as far as the first half is concerned. Moreland flew out of the blocks, 2 massive goals to land themselves a buffer, which they have been able to maintain. But Pascoe Vale are far from out of it. The Lions with passion and clawing their way back. Half time, it is Pascoe Vale 2, Moreland 4.
A good futsal player has to be intelligent. It's the most important quality in a futsal player, because in futsal play is very fast, and you have to think really fast. You don't have time, you don't have a space. They have to enjoy the game. This finally, futsal or football or basketball or tennis, it's only a game, so they have to enjoy. If they don't enjoy the game, they don't improve. No, they know that. We know as coaches that every day is good for improving your level, so you have to work hard every day. It's detail. It's important for improve your career. The group is the key of success. If you don't have a union group, you can win some matches, you can win some tournaments, but finally you don't win the World Cup or you don't win the European Championship. You need a strong group and everybody go in the same direction. The futsal is totally different than in Europe or in other countries. I think there are good levels here in Australia. There are good players, so they have to work hard. And maybe in the future Australia is in the top.
สำหรับผมในกีฬาฟุตซอลครับ2 อย่างที่ต้องมีครับในตัวนักกีฬาฟุตซอลครับก็ระเบียบวินัยแล้วก็ความมุ่งมั่นครับมี2 อย่างนี้ก็ทำให้คุณอาจจะประสบความสำเร็จได้ครับ
ก็ฟุตซอลเป็นเหมือนชีวิตผมครับเพราะว่าผมทำมันมาตั้งแต่เด็กแล้วก็คิดว่ามันน่าจะเป็นส่วนหนึ่งในชีวิตของผมเลยครับ
ผมเสียสละในกีฬานี้ก็ในเรื่องของเวลาครับเพราะว่าเราต้องทิ้งทุกอย่างไปข้างหลังครับแล้วก็คอนเซนเทรตแล้วก็มีความมุ่งมั่นกับกีฬานี้เพื่อที่จะพัฒนาตัวเองแล้วก็ไปสู่ความสำเร็จครับ
สำหรับต้องมีความมุ่งมั่นแล้วก็ความอดทนแล้วก็ความพยายามครับผมถึงประสบความสำเร็จได้ครับ
พวกเราไม่เคยหยุดไล่ล่าพวกเรามาที่นี่เพื่อพิชิตพวกเราหยุดไม่ได้
Halo, salam olahraga untuk seluruh pencinta futsal di Indonesia. Kami dari Moreland Futsal Club dan Series Futsal akan mengadakan giveaway di mana akan dipilih 15 pemenang. Masing-masing pemenang akan mendapatkan 1 jersey original dari Moreland Futsal Club. Syaratnya sangat gampang.
A tantalising first half between these two imposing sides upon the competition has transpired. 4-2 the score in favour of the current league leaders Moreland. Pascoe Vale with the work to do. Adam Palombi and Ethan Rigg to guide you home for the second fixture of round 12. Ethan, from your perspective, how was that opening half?
It was almost a half of 2 halves. Moreland certainly dominated the opening 10 minutes and forged themselves a healthy buffer, but Pascoe Vale, certainly towards half-time, were able to apply a lot more pressure, and you could see them play with a lot more freedom in their futsal. I think they were very cagey, maybe a bit just trying to feel their way into this contest, but now they're set up for a second half where they need to show up.
Certainly, if they are to have any implications upon that of the title race, it's this half, it's go for broke really. Cooper for Pimenta, he's been lofting, he's been very imposing, and he was in that scenario. Although Pascoe Vale will have a side ball right in front of their technical area. Of course, Carlton and Hume round out that of tonight's contests. A few familiar faces all popping up for both sides, really. Chichek in the building. Some futsal roof flair about it for Hume also. We'll get into that just before that game's to kick off. We'll keep everybody in suspense if they haven't heard the news already. As Cooper, of course, has represented the Australian national team. And in front of us on commentary has a side ball. Rahan Ali. Cooper. Pimenta. Charles Jin came across. Good decision making again from the Pascoe Vale number 1.
Certainly was, and he's been relatively good aside from the first goal when it's come to that tonight, Jarvis Jin. But just for Moreland at the moment, you can feel that they want to impose themselves on this second half as quickly as possible and almost take the fire out of Pascoe Vale before trying to storm home.
Poblete. Dos Santos nipping at the heels. Oh, Poblete threw a bit of a loose hand at the counterpart captain in frustration. Pascoe Vale's side ball. They haven't been able to really escape this part of the playing surface yet. Nguyen will falter for Evangelista. Searching for Poblete. There's a bit of work to do. Rahan Ali was lurking. And Pimenta will bully Poblete out of play.
That's the kind of ball I want to see Michael Nguyen play more in this second half, because he gets that stroke of luck when it comes to having the ingenuity to play it.
Garathon stepping inside off his left. Ali blocking. Exactly right on Nguyen though, Ethan.
And I think as well with Arturo Diaz-Garzon, it's another one where in the first half they didn't get involved as much as either of them would have wanted to, so they now need to take those risks in order to get more involved and make things happen.
Nguyen wanted it. He called for it from Garzon. Ball came wobbling towards him. Of course, Nguyen, another player having some tape around his knee. Demands the ball at his feet. Gets it. Michael Nguyen. Evangelista. Trying to get around to Santos. Evangelista still going. Hey, with a loose foot. but Poblete claws one back.
Goal scorer for Pasco Vale, number 23, Victor Poblete.
There's their goal. They get one back on the board, Pasco Vale.
Now then, what a second half this will be. Poblete does everything right, in the right place at the right time, times that run to perfection. Could have taken it too soon, could have snatched at it, but didn't, showed composure.
Oh, and now another chance for Pasco Vale. It was a loose ball from Pimenta. Newen hunting for their equaliser are the Lions. Newen will go back to Jarvis Gin. Garthon puts it down the line for Poblete. Comfortable was Habe, although puts the Santos under some pressure. Cooper flirted with fire and got away somehow. Pimenta was off to the races. Garthon, well, will protest. Pimenta will protest. It was a red card. And, well, Garthon, it was simply the tactical foul from the captain.
He knew as well. Not much in the way of protest from Garthon. But in the end, Moreland worked that wonderfully to get out.
Cooper, always outspoken. Another instalment. Meanwhile, Adam Cooper from the free kick. Tests Jimenez. Poblete gets around Cooper. On a run, Newen in support. This game upping the ante at the minute are the Lions. The ball comes in from Evangelista. He got excited. The movement was there. The thumbs are up from Newen. They're starting to sense perhaps that an equaliser is on the precipice.
Poblete's possessed in this second half. It was a wonderful Pasco Vale move. And he did brilliantly to skip inside. Michael Newen did well to find the ball on the far side. They just couldn't apply the finish as bodies are hitting the deck all over the place at the moment. This is a game that has some serious, serious heat to it.
Up in our seats from the commentary position. Newen, ball to Poblete. Habe will claim. Rahan Ali. Such implications perhaps this game could have for the competition. Moreland can simply strut away with the win here tonight. Pasco Vale can just provide some, well, havoc, if you may, as Ali. Dos Santos, the Blues looking for their response to what's been a flurry of Lions goals. Ali, Cooper, Habe, Poblete, trying to infiltrate.
Poblete's press has been really good in this second half. He's been such a big difference for Pasco Vale. That injection of energy is what they lacked in the first period, and it's so good to see it now.
Evangelista trying to twist away from De Souza. Maybe another adjustment, makes a save. The big man had to be quick to shift the opposite direction. Evangelista, such a bright spark for the Lions tonight. The Raging Bull. Newen trying to marinate into this contest. Diaz trying to be provocative. Evangelista not able to latch on. Cooper. Pimenta. Cooper does Santos. De Souza, the idea not found. Jimenez rolls it short for Newen. Garthon. Lima out wide. Newen much off the ladder. Pimenta pickpockets nicely. And on a journey goes Pimenta. Takes it upon his stride. Couldn't get around Zahn. Dare I say, Ethan, there's got to be a card already issued to one of those players in the build-up.
It looked like Alison Lima was the player who made that first challenge.
Has he gone in tonight's book?
I don't believe so.
Because a few Lions currently are on cautions. And have to be mindful of that, Pasco Vale. Dero might have got confused in thinking that Lima was one of them. Certainly wasn't showing a player to be any other card in that scenario there. But another free kick for the Blues.
Pimenta was incensed by that last challenge as well. He's worn a few tonight. And that one, I think, was the tipping point where he had something to say to Alison Lima after. Pascoe Vale not afraid to play with that physicality and that fire, and it's about how well Moreland manage it.
Cooper flicking Pimenta. Lima blocks. D'Souza wants to manufacture the corner, in which he earns.
Brilliant ball from Pimenta, just carved Pascoe Vale right open. Robson D'Souza didn't really have too much of an angle. He tried to work one. In the end, as a man who's been in fine touch in front of goal.
Pimenta. Ball just getting lost amidst the lights and the flurry of bodies in its way. Dos Santos delegates it back towards Pimenta. Adam Cooper. Dos Santos, Pimenta. Jarvis Gin's ball. Pascoe Vale, for the meantime, having a game plan in which is currently working. Dos Santos clearing into the path of Cooper. Now to play for Pascoe Vale's ball.
Moreland are unnerved. And you can feel it. This is as close as a side has got to them, I would say, this season. And Pascoe Vale are making sure they feel the pressure.
Newen from the free kick. Stings the palms of Habe. D'Souza nearly unlocking the door for Pimenta. Poblete. Garthon. Play will resume. No, it won't. It's going to come back. Clutching at his knees. Poblete on the deck. Now Mourns with some fouls of their own.
This game has got some heat, and there's a yellow card for Enrique Pimenta, by the looks of it, and Robson D'Souza, both gone into the book.
D'Souza in the book. Cooper might also be in the book. We're trying to zone in on the conversations had on court.
This game has not been short of spice at all. We understood the fixtures may have some feeling this evening. And this one is living up to it.
Commissioner Josh Fusco in hysterics currently. We'd love to know exactly what's got him all chirpy. It's a great sight seeing Josh smile, but Michael Newen looking to do much of the same. If he can score from this free kick, rolls it for Lima. Dos Santos in his way. Newen tried to rekindle. It won't be the Lions' ball despite the protests. Can the Blues just regain some ascendancy and possession? Cooper goes long. Pimenta controls off his chest. Awaits the cavalry. Dos Santos. Cooper. Stepping inside. Shifts it laterally for Pimenta, who was able to shift it towards Dos Santos. Newen with a heavy press. Bodies hit the floor. It goes the way of the Blues.
Dos Santos did very, very well to win that, and Victor Poblete has now found his way into the book as well. There are Pascoe Vale protests.
Well then, both sides getting outspoken. There's a lot in this one. Habe sends it long. Garthon heads away. Poblete back to his captain. The Lions looking to land that killer punch. Garthon fizzed in towards Lima. He was arriving at the back post but couldn't steer it beyond Habe.
Super ball from Garthon. Lima actually times his run to perfection to steal in behind. He just can't divert much of a meaningful touch on it to divert it towards goal. But it's a lot better from Pascoe Vale again. They look the more likely.
Lovely touch from D'Souza. Dos Santos had to stretch. Lucas Kasun having a chat to Alison Lima. Of course, again, that Brazilian connection off the court. On it, there's a window. That's where it all goes. Play resumes. D'Souza arrived. Corner for the Blues.
Does anyone speak Portuguese?
We'd all like to know what's been going on. We'll call upon a translator. I think there's one certainty. It won't be the words you want to know in Portuguese. Or maybe if you want to know, depending if you are upset by someone. As Pimenta looking to re-upset the Lions. His effort goes over the crossbar.
For a game so scrappy, Enrique Pimenta has been a true live wire. He's been brilliant. I've really enjoyed his game tonight. He's been absolutely everywhere, Adam. He's orchestrated a lot for the Blues. He's had to wear a few fouls, but whenever they've needed to go forward and they've needed energy, he's been the guy.
Nguyen's corner. Movement inside the box, although Arn, the deepest option. Towards Lima. Can he get his feet right? Cooper blocks off the line. Tremendous block from AC3. The danger not averted yet. Ball across the face of goal, nobody home. Dos Santos at the other end is strolling through. The raging bull puts a stop to that.
Two huge moments at either end. Adam Cooper with an unbelievable block. And then Arturo Diaz-Garzón with a huge challenge to stop Dos Santos, who was clean through on the break.
That might have just kicked the Blues up off from the canvas. In terms of ascendancy, Ethan, it must be said, it's been a slight drop-off from the league leaders. The Lions sense that. Garzón. Bouncing ball for Nguyen. Gets it back to his captain. De Souza heads away from Arn. Dos Santos, Pimenta. A boot flung at it. Now Robson De Souza got his feet right. Oh, in a quick flurry. The bobbling ball nearly volleyed home, although volleyed wide.
With the form he's been in as well, you would half expect Robson De Souza to find the net. But that was a huge opportunity for Moreland to have been under the pump for the entirety of this second half. Pascoe Vale have thrown everything at him. That was their opportunity to land a massive blow on the break against the run of play.
Kevin Lamb, not around Cooper. Pimenta. The Lions really trying to lock in the Blues. Maybe go long, very long, too long. So much futsal still left in this one. Strap yourselves in. Lamb, Nguyen. Lovely combination between the two. Kevin Lamb. Is that confusing? Well, mix between a cross and a shot from Kevin Lamb. It was neither, but the keeper had reacted. Meanwhile, Alison Lima. It's been such a great period for the Lions. Can they encompass it with a goal? Lamb rolling inside. The captain, Dos Santos, blocks. Nguyen in a foot race with Kevin Lamb. Make that Dos Santos, rather. Oh, running towards us, Ethan, must be said. My life flashed before me. They're running at such pace. If they weren't to stop, we're in their way. And we're the ones getting completely bulldozed over. Dos Santos trying to get around Jarvis Chin. Somehow they've gotten away with that. Although it's still with the Blues. Dos Santos. Lima's very late. And he runs off. And this could be costly. A yellow card for Alison Lima, who's gone into the book.
Now, Moreland are checking to see if Alison Lima's already been booked, to see if that's his second. A lot of protests, especially from Milton Sakos. There will be 5 fouls, that's for sure, for Pascoe Vale in this second half. So 5 in both. It's been a physical affair.
And it happened so quickly too. All considered. Adam Cooper, trademark long run up. Buckle up. Adam Cooper from the dead ball. Jarvis Chin stands tall. Pimenta wanted to fire in frustration. Fires out of play.
Jarvis Chin's got all of those situations right so far tonight, especially when it's come up against Adam Cooper. He's been quickly off his line, closed the angle down well. He's made some crucial stops.
Cooper ushering the ball out of play. Jimenez trying to latch on to that throw from his goalkeeper. Dos Santos. Lots of cards building up in this one. Pimenta, Rahan Ali. Nice control, although it was pressed heavily by two lines. Nguyen, Jimenez, Arn. Lamb is deepest. Arn stepping inside. Michael Nguyen. Pimenta keeps it in somehow. By the time he got his shot away, the ball had rolled out of play.
Pascoe Vale nearly playing with fire. In that situation, they get away with one there. It's just that the options drop off, and that's where Moreland's press has been so effective. The second they freeze for even a split second, they're put under immense pressure and have more often than not given it away.
Lamb controls nicely. Nguyen, not so much with the pass. Nothing nice about that out of play. Maurizio Novak has such a stern look on his face. A stern look of perhaps this could be, if they play it right, Pascoe Vale, a night for them to remember. They are trailing, but they are growing in belief. They have the numbers on the bench. Andre Caro reckons that Pimenta has been best on court so far tonight. Considering the way he started this game, it's hard to argue. Cooper, Rahan Ali, trying to readjust his natural position. It comes for Pimenta. Reflex save from Jarvis Chin.
Huge save, absolutely huge save from Jarvis Chin. Not for the first time tonight, he got that angle perfectly right as Enrique Pimenta scorched his way across the court to meet that at the near post. Jarvis Chin stuck a leg out, timed it to perfection.
Plants himself from the corner to claim the keeper. Nguyen, the lines all flurrying forward. Jimenez not able to control that pass a bit wide of his natural position. Razor, Rahan Ali. There's two to get around. Dos Santos. Pimenta. Down court ball to Rahan Ali. Cooper's arrived at the front post. Inches away from reinstating a 2-goal buffer.
And in fact, it was a touch as well from Kevin Lamb. Ooh. A huge, huge touch at the back post to just divert it away from Adam Cooper. After he made connection, it just steered it wide of the post. It will be a Moreland corner, but that's a massive touch from Kevin Lamb.
Ball comes in, Pimenta on the deck. Dos Santos around Arn. Kevin Dos Santos flashes wide.
That's their two looks at the moment, Moreland. The two best opportunities they've created in this second half. Jarvis Chin, you can tell, not happy about it.
That's the loudest I've ever heard Jarvis scream in all the time of knowing him. So it must mean something. He's never gone over 2 decibels in terms of volume. He was at 10 there. Pimenta. Adam Cooper more advanced. Rahan Ali, and they fire in exactly what the Blues needed. And who else but Enrique Pimenta?
Goal scorer for Moreland, number 17, Enrique Pimenta.
Anything he touches is turning to goals tonight, and he's there yet again.
How crucial a goal will that prove to be as well? Enrique Pimenta, right place, right time, with a wonderful finish. The Blues seem to have found a second gear, and they make Pascoe Vale pay for their missed opportunities. Moreland, on the other hand, now have that buffer back that they so desired.
And how that might just rattle all the brilliance from Pascoe Vale, considering how firmly in this game they still are, but they're chasing 2-goal deficit. Evangelista can pull it back. Cooper slides and concedes possession. For all that good play they had there, Ethan, out of the Lions, they just weren't able to score. And effectively, it's come to cost them.
They weren't able to create many looks either. That's also the other problem. They didn't get any clear-cut opportunities to really launch an attack at Moreland. They were more snapshots, half chances, and that defensive shutout is what cost them. They couldn't create anything clear-cut.
The Blues somewhat trademark in the way they set up and the way they, off the ball, have that real look about them and as Ethan mentioned, it had prevented the Lions from having a genuine glimpse. Still time. But the sunset and an SFV title, well, if we're the win here tonight, could all and truly be on the cards of being wrapped up. Heaps of futsal still remains in tonight's game, and of course in the season's. Pimenta striding forward. Jimenez went in. He goes into the book. And that is his second. Hence the red mist has descended upon DCSS.
It was a terrible challenge as well. From Joaquin Jimenez, it was late. It was reckless. He really flew into it. Enrique Pimenta goes flying as a result, and it's a rather sour end to the evening of Jimenez, who'd had a relatively tidy game up until then by that yellow card. But for Pascoe Vale, they've given another golden opportunity for Moreland to shut that door ever further on the hopes of a comeback.
Jimenez makes a byline for the exit. Adam Cooper made a byline to put the ball on the spot to take it. It's Cooper. Had a chat with the official. The set piece became secondary to Adam Cooper, which is rather the comedic moment in this one. As he's walking up to take the free kick, he's having a chat to the official. One man down the lines, and Pascoe Vale will look to just try and to damage control. More looking for another goal as Cooper. Just can't believe that, Ethan. He's taking a free kick, but he's more worried about the official.
I don't believe we can repeat what Adam Cooper said either. As Rahan Ali walks his way into two Pascoe Vale players, Kevin Lamb would like to go on the break. Has Evangelista, but that extra man for Moreland now is going to be so crucial.
Just can't get over what we've seen there. Never a dull moment, despite what might happen. Garthon, isolated, can't really go anywhere. Cooper has options, has time. Kevin Lamb will have a say on things.
The one thing I will say for Pascoe Vale, they're a man down, they're still diving in like their lives depend on it.
Pimenta, no arguing with that, Ethan. And well, I'm sure the red mists might not exactly go away anytime soon. That might be my prediction. As well, getting a bit cute was Pimenta, trying to unleash Rahan Ali. And well, Alison Lima will enter the court. I'd love to get confirmation on the cards issued tonight. We've certainly seen a lot of them. They've certainly lost count. Lima, all on his own. Confronted by Cooper. Still going, Alison Lima somehow. Nobody on for the pass to Santos. The Blues want to just take the complete sting out of this game. They have a player to their advantage, have the scoreline. They want to remain calculated in their next movements as well, the Lions finally can reinstate another player. They've served that, well, sin bin time, if you will.
Michael Nguyen's the player, and he's straight back out on court. The first person that Pascoe Vale would like, and he's immediately into the action. Tried to clip one down the line. Adam Cooper mopped it up. Might open for him. Rahan Ali turned Nguyen. Ali had a go. And it was just wide of Jarvis Jin's goal of a night that's been steamy and unpleasant, this game. A lot of challenges, a lot of spite, a lot of fire in it. It's Poblete.
Won't lie to you, Ethan, I'm glad that matchday graphics don't feature cards, because well, there'd be that many of them, they'd fall off the frame. 7 cards for Pascoe Vale. And you feel like that's not going to stop anytime soon, as Pimenta still kept going somehow. Came the crossfire of Evangelista. Both players hit the deck. And, well, the mood certainly here has shifted. There's a real decent spell of hope in this game from the Lions, but the Blues, which they have done for some time this season, have managed to just delegate those situations and score.
The one thing I will say as well is I think that red card has almost not taken the atmosphere out of here, but it's gone very quiet. post that red card, post the 5th Moreland goal. And you can sense that a lot of people thought Pascoe Vale were making a game of this, and they were for majority of this second half. However, the time that Moreland have soaked out of the clock with that advantage is just, for what a lot of people feel right now, too much. But there's 7.5 minutes left. Pascoe Vale, if they can string some good futsal together, might be able to salvage something.
The Blues, since though, really have reinstated themselves. Lines on the canvas almost. But as you mentioned, there is still time for something to happen. The question is who can do it for them. Poblete concedes possession. Sweden wanting to come on, and he will for Pimenta.
I think the one thing Pascoe Vale maybe could have done in that period to create more chances was reinstate Poblete quicker. He was causing a lot of issues as Sweden. Smoothest of skill.
Well, and that being said, a touch of brilliance followed by a touch he'll want to forget. He's about to call him the smooth operator, but nothing really smooth about that pass. It was as smooth as crunchy peanut butter. And that's gifted Pascoe Vale a corner. Rehan Ali latches onto razor sharp. Progressing Dos Santos, trying to swivel away. Evangelista has Alson Lima on for the pass. Newen now steps inside to his left, although Dos Santos just snatches the ball away from him.
Excellent from Kevin Dos Santos. Doesn't overcommit on his weight either. Holds very firm. Kind of jinks towards that right-hand side, but the second Michael Newen cuts back, he steps in.
Poblete trying to flicker around Ali. Can they claw something back here? They desperately need it if they are to try share the spoils tonight, the Lions. You feel like I'd have to start now. Cross comes in.
I think that's been another thing as well for Pascoe Vale so far. They still have a lot of time to change it, of course, but nobody's gambled. Nobody's made that darting run across either the edge of the D, started deeper and come.
Oh, Sweden, nobody home in goals. And Ahmed Sweden joins the goal-scoring party.
Goal scorer for Moreland, number 63, Ahmed Sweden.
The smooth operator Sweden casually strolls in. Kevin Lamb has the fly kit on. Adin Chachi has the timeout in hand. And Paco with Maurizio Novak are going to call for a timeout. The Blues weathered the storm and have a 3-goal buffer as we cross to a timeout break.
Hari ke depan. Jadi tunggu apa lagi? Let's go.
I grew up with low self-esteem. It was me and my mama, just us in the trauma. Hands up if you know what I mean. I see you, I feel you. I want you to know that you're not alone. I know what it's like not to have a home. What a bowl. Feel like I live in the end zone. I'm the one leading the drives. The crew riding around in a benzo. Ready to I'm in charge of my own fate. Left the excuses behind. Now I'm the illest violinist alive. I took the pain and I thrive. But look at me now.
A good futsal player has to be intelligent. It's the most important quality in a futsal player because in futsal play is very fast, and you have to think really fast. You don't have time, you don't have a space.
Kevin Lamb has the fly kit on. There's a 3-goal deficit. The Lions are now chasing. The Blues looking to really cement their spot at the top of the perch. Closing in on the halfway mark of season 1 this year. Pascoe Vale, on the other hand, are certainly not going to go out of this one without trying to ruffle a feather or two. But they need 3 3 goals unreturned practically to get back in this one and have the scores on level terms.
They certainly have a mountain to climb to Pascoe Vale, but there's still enough time for them to get something out of this game if they can put Moreland under enough pressure. Of course, as it stands, the Blues go 9 clear at the top of the tree with 10 straight wins. And they are in imperious form. We wondered whether the extra week off may be more of a curse than a blessing for Moreland, but it seems like they've come back from Easter already recharged and ready to head into this run-in and throw everything at it.
I know we mentioned the start of the game a fair bit, but it's like new Energizer batteries just thrown into them, full of steam, and really set the tone from the match's start. And Ethan, it might just be 10 points clear considering Western on 20 points, Moreland 9 games, 9 wins, 27, soon to be. Out of 10 games played, their record unchanged. Another win to that column, turning it into double digits. That's, of course, if things remain the status quo. Batagos will concede another corner. Just under 5 minutes left in this one.
With this fixture as well, the return fixture earlier in the season, Moreland beat Pascoe Vale 6-2. This has not been as comfy as that game was for the Blues. They played Pascoe Vale off the court comfortably in that game. However, they've had to really work for this. It's been a true old-fashioned scrap where, for a lot of it, Pascoe Vale had an avenue back where they could have got an equaliser and maybe threatened to go over the top. So the Blues at the moment are showing some title-winning mettle.
Garthon, not sure where to go. Swadan swiftly intervening. Chin will jostle back towards the sticks. Cooper. Dos Santos. Garthon shutting out the space. This match entering a bit of a lull period, perhaps. There is still ample time on the clock. The ball has gone out of play rather frequently. There it goes again.
It's been very stop-starty tonight, hasn't it? Not just with it going out of play, but a lot of fouls too. It's been quite a cynical affair on both sides, neither shying away from any challenges, but there's still 5.5 minutes for something to happen. That is more than enough time to get at least 2, potentially 3 goals for Pascoe Vale.
Swilan around Evangelista, who's back in possession. Poblete on for the pass. The Blues flurry back in a hurry. Garthon. Kevin Lamb with the fly kit on. Evangelista. Poblete can strike them. Hits Batagos. Evangelista. Garthon. Evangelista. Poblete. Kevin Lamb. That was the moment, Ethan.
Huge opening for Pascoe Vale and Kevin Lamb, the best they've worked with the fly on. He decided to go high against Stibby Havey.
Oh, that's a major miscommunication. And Adam Cooper will put it in beyond that of both Jarvis Gin and Evangelista, who came together.
Goal scorer for Moreland, number 3, Adam Cooper.
Calamitous miscommunicado, and Jarvis Gin having a conversation with Evangelista. Teammates not happy with each other. And well, can't exactly blame Jarvis Gin considering he was calling it to be his ball. Evangelista committed. Well, and Aiden Chachi's had to turn peacemaker. Meanwhile, Lamb back on court. Garthon. 4 goals in which the Pascoe Vale Lions have to claw back now with the clock firmly against them. Jarvis Gin, you could argue, was incensed with Evangelista, and he has claims, I guess, Ethan.
He certainly was calling, wasn't he, for mine, and Evangelista committed anyway. But it's not the first time tonight it's happened. The opening goal, those two were completely all at sea. Both committed for the same ball. Jarvis Gin this time a lot louder in his call, and Evangelista maybe should have retreated, but it's just a comedy of errors, that goal for Pascoe Vale.
Fighting for the same cause, that of the Lions badge. Getting rather vocal about it too. Garzon. Evangelista. The captain. Poblete stepping inside. Back towards Garzon. He strikes it. Body's getting in the way. Habe standing tall. To Santos. Evangelista clearing and well, not to die a cast, but that red mist has not gone anywhere, Ethan. And you feel as if a player that's already on the yellow card could be seen double. That's not, of course, what the charges are after, but it's just a feeling in this one that it hasn't gone away yet.
You do sense that angst and that frustration is still there, certainly for Pascoe Vale. But just quietly on the other end of that, Ibi Habe's had a brilliant game. Aside from the goals where he's not had too much that he could have done about them, he's been very calm, he's commanded his area, and on a night where emotions have frayed and tempers have flared so much, he's been very cool. He's handled himself very, very well. I think he's the only player out on court who hasn't been entangled in something.
Not yet, at least. Evangelista, and there it is for Lima. The Lions have clawed one back. Alison Lima gets the ball, places it right back in the centre. He indicates game on.
Goal scorer for Pascoe Vale, number 8, Alison Lima.
3 goals they trail by. 4 minutes, or just roughly under that, still remains in this one. How can that ignite the Lions? Lima shifts for Garzon, stepping beyond Swedan. Lima might have an opportunity to strike. Still going as Alison Lima. He had a moment to shoot there, Ethan. And for a player of such calibre, it's surprising as to why he didn't.
Should have pulled the trigger. Alison Lima, 2 goals in a minute, completely flips this game on its head. That might be Pascoe Vale's opening.
Sliding doors moment potentially, although Lamb across the face. Kassin, foot in the way. It's just a little bit bemused as to why Alison Lima, in such position, hadn't opted to fly. Kassin, open goal, it's going to roll. It's going to roll wide. But it's, must be said, there's a spring now in the Pascoe Vale step. Although Swedan has nobody home, he couldn't keep his feet. Kevin Lamb, and that red mist, Ethan, hasn't gone anywhere. And the fly keeper has been sent his marching orders.
It's always the problem. It's always the tightrope you walk. It's always a dangerous situation. As Moreland are going to call timeout, maybe just to calm things down, Pascoe Vale have had 2 sent off. Kevin Lamb in recovery. I don't think it was the harshness of the foul that was the yellow card, rather the situation. But Swedan was bearing down on goal. But Moreland will have a prime opportunity against Pascoe Vale without another player when we come back.
The smooth operator, Ahmed Swedan, will step before the dead ball. Jarvis Jin has seen the situation a couple times tonight. Well, it's a duo of sending offs for the Lions. Jimenez the first, Lamb the second. Body language paints a real picture. And well, it's back to the drawing board again for the Lions, for the Blues. Really starting to talk it into existence of an SFV title, which has eluded them for some time. Meanwhile, Sweden from the spot. Super confident, the smooth operator fires in his second.
Goal scorer for Moreland, number 63, Ahmed Sweden.
No mistake, full of composure, full of quality. And a footnote added into the dying embers of this match.
Lovely finish from Sweden. Someone who's had a brilliant game. He's been so crucial to this Moreland side. Especially tonight, made such an impact since he's arrived. A player of immense calibre, immense quality, and he's showcased it here in SFV. For Pascoe Vale, though, this is a rather sour eve. They do have the 5th again, but there is a lot in terms of going back to the drawing board that the Lions will need to take on. Can they salvage something from this game? Arturo Diaz Garzon certainly thinks so, and he will win them a corner. But maybe now, Adam, even a point is out of the question.
Well, certainly out of the question for the Lions. The Blues showcasing in another week. Although having what was nearly a month off, 3 weeks without futsal, they've come back with flying colours. And the break proved not to be a disruptor to their charge.
I think it goes one of two ways. Whenever you have that break, it either recharges them, as in Moreland's case, or it can hinder you rather than help you. As we've seen in some other cases where you come back less sharp than the team that's played the week before, or even just that extra week off. But the Blues are in brilliant touch.
Sweden wanting a hat-trick. Kassin. Jin will block. Gliding Ahmed Sweden. Just such a joy to watch, it must be said.
Scintillating, absolutely scintillating run. Just took 3 Pascoe Vale players completely out of the game, carved his way through them all, and it was a lovely ball to find Kassin as well, who was unlucky not to finish, someone who has gone under the radar tonight as well.
Garzon, Evangelista, consolation prize, the idea now for the Lions. Newen, Arn. It says Kevin Lamb on the back of his fly kit. Adam Cooper, caught by Evangelista. He's on a tightrope. They don't want to go into next week having 3 players unavailable due to suspension. Well, that was a bold strategy from Evangelista. Tackle from behind.
It's 3 crucial players too as well. It's 3 players who've been so integral to their squad. Felipe Evangelista so often a live wire for this side with an injection of energy, as Lucas Kassin will be the person to step up this time.
Kassin for his first tonight. Has a roll beyond Jarvis Jin. It means the world to Lucas Kassin, who's enjoying that and then some.
Goal scorer for Moreland, number 16, Lucas Kassin.
Another footnote in this one. Meant a lot to the number 16. And the Blues really enjoying this one now.
Moreland have been marvellous. All evening long, Moreland have been marvellous. That is 9 to their tally now. They've returned in imperious form. The only question is, Adam, who will catch them? Who would dare come close?
Moreland, Garzon, some pressure. Carson Lima for Poblete. Still 90 seconds left in this one. This game's gone for an eternity, it must be said. The ball's gone out of play that many times. It's really just slowed the clock. Lamb, or Arn rather, not able to find Lima. Cooper for Sweden. Really excited perhaps for our go-home show of round 12. There's a lot of familiar faces on court for the next one for Carlton Hunt and for Hume, with some talent coming across from New South Wales. Jordan Guerrero, one of those players. And well, we're excited to see what can be conjured up in the next. Carlton Hunt, Ethan, They've had moments this season where it's been do or die. This is simply the last chance they will have if they are to have any shadow of escaping from the bottom of the table. It's against that of the Black Army. They simply need a point. Although in this one, Pabletet not able to turn it past that of Habe, but well, that being said, Ethan, it's all for Carlton Heart to do in the next contest.
It certainly is. This is the 6-pointer for Carlton Heart, of all 6-pointers for them. Hume, on the other hand, a win takes them closer to Aku. And of course, the last of those relegation playoff places, but Carlton Heart right now are looking at tonight, understanding its importance. They wouldn't be down and out, but it would deeply hurt their chances of survival if they were to go down to a Hume side who have been ever strengthening. As Enrique Pimenta lashes one towards goal, but can only find the side netting at the near post. It's a huge, huge game for both sides, and I think Hume, with the momentum that they've built over the last few weeks, we must remember Hume have been in terrific touch, and the additions they've had. They come into tonight knowing that they have the strength, they have the quality, but this Heart side, they need to find something.
This one nearing its conclusion. It's been a very long game, it must be said, as we had mentioned before. It's nearing its second hour. Pabletet for Lima. Habe, Ethan tonight, really enjoyed his game. Called upon into a position in which he's currently held by one of the most informed players in the competition of Apostolakis. Habe passed tonight's test with flying colours, although Lima has already had a yellow card, and with 2 seconds left on the clock, Alison Lima gets his second yellow, and the Chargies now have a big issue come next week.
That was silly from Alison Lima.
Where's their squad going to be? It was super unnecessary from Alison Lima. It's a footnote on this one. But what else can be said?
They've completely lost their heads tonight, Pascoe Vale. So many reckless, unnecessary challenges. Alison Lima just epitomising that.
He's made a beeline for the exit. Well, Dos Santos will step up to him, to Jin rather, who will save. But that will be that, a peculiar match in all truth. It comes to its natural conclusion. The Blues, 10 matches played, 10 wins. They have a 10-point differentiation at the top of the summit, and they close out this match against Pascoe Vale with a win.
They were brilliant, Morland, from start to finish. Pascoe Vale had some glimpses, but rash challenges and the red mist mean that not only is this week a write-off for them, but next week they will go in severely depleted to a massive game against the Hume side, who are on the up. But for Moreland, it is a big lead, 10 wins and 10 points clear. Everything going the way of the Blues as they beat Pascoe Vale by 9-4.
Futsal play is very fast, and you have to think really fast. You don't have time, you don't have a space. They have to enjoy the game. This finally, futsal or football or basketball or tennis, it's only a game, so they have to enjoy. If they don't enjoy the game, they don't improve. No, they know that. We know as coaches that every day is good for improving your level. So you have to work hard every day. It's detail. It's important for improve your career. The group is the key of success. If you don't have a union group, you can win some matches, you can win some tournaments, but finally you can.
Testing 1 2. Testing 1 2.
The European Championship, you need a strong group, and everybody goes in the same direction. The futsal is totally different than in Europe or in other countries. There are good players here in Australia. There are good players, so they have to work hard at maybe.
I'm here with Albion Chachi of Pascoe Vale. Albion, a lot was built up coming into tonight as a massive game. Where did it all go wrong?
The application of what we've been working on the last couple of weeks in preparation for this game wasn't really there. They wanted it more than us, clearly, so congratulations to them for the win tonight.
Obviously, you play Moreland once more this season as well. But in the bigger picture, looking at the title ahead, where does that leave you standing now in the table? Is it still something you believe you can achieve?
Never going to stop believing in what we can achieve. We're just going to play every game, go out there to win it. Whatever happens at the end of the season as a result of that, it is what it is.
And obviously, finally, the transfer market is still open. Will Pascoe be looking to make any splashes before deadline day?
Not sure as of yet. We've got a strong team and we'll see how it goes.
Thank you so much for your time.
You got it. Are you ready? Yeah? 3, 2, 1,
I'm here with Moreland's Enrique Pimenta. Enrique, a brilliant performance from your side. Given that you had the extra week off as well over Easter, sometimes that can play some negative mind games with teams. How did you prepare for that and how did you manage that?
We didn't have a negative mindset, but the long break was very, very tough to manage. We trained only once, and we have a friendly with Western City. Thank you, boys, to help us out. And we didn't have the negativity because our focus, we have the goal. We really want to win the title, and that's what we focus on.
Obviously, that means you are now 10 points clear at the top of the league, and it's a big run of games you've had post-Easter. You've got Fitzroy in 2 weeks. Is this the crucial point of the season where you think you will be able to decide that title?
Yes, it is. We started very well, but we can't drop it. Now is the time that we must keep our focus, our feet on the ground, you know what I mean? Step by step, and about Fitzroy, about Pascoe or Western City, we are doing our job week by week. We train hard on Wednesday, we apply on Friday, and we go like that.
And finally, you are having a fantastic season as well. What is it about this Moreland setup that's allowed you to flourish?
Very good question. Actually, I think it's the environment, because at training we are like very competitive with each other. We are going hard with each other, so that's what we talk. We want to win at training, and then we win on Friday. The one-on-ones, our training, the intensity, our mindset is, we are in a good moment, and when you are on top, people are just waiting for you to drop, and we are not going to give that. We are going to keep our focus until the end.
Thank you so much for your time, Enrique.
Halo, salam olahraga untuk seluruh pencinta futsal di Indonesia. Kami dari Moreland Futsal Club dan Series Futsal akan mengadakan giveaway, di mana akan dipilih 15 pemenang. Masing-masing pemenang akan mendapatkan 1 jersey original dari Moreland Futsal Club. Syaratnya sangat gampang, langsung saja follow akun Instagram ini dan akan dipilih selama 5 hari ke depan. Jadi tunggu apa lagi? Let's go!
I grew up with low self-esteem. It was me and my mama, just us in the trauma. Hands up if you know what I mean. I see you, I feel you. I want you to know that you're not alone. I know what it's like not to have a home. What a bowl. Feel like I live in the end zone. I'm the one leading the drives. The crew riding around in a benzo. Ready to I'm in charge of my own fate. Left the excuses behind. Now I'm the illest violinist alive. I took the pain and I thrive, but look at me now.
A good futsal player has to be intelligent. It's the most important quality in a futsal player, because a futsal player is very fast, and you have to think really fast. You don't have time, you don't have a space. They have to enjoy the game. Finally, futsal or football or basketball or tennis, it's only a game, so they have to enjoy. If they don't enjoy the game, they don't improve. No, they know that we know as coaches that every day is good for improving your level. So you have to work hard every day. It's detail. It's important for improve your career.
The 6-pointer of all 6-pointers about to transpire here at the Darwin Community Sports Stadium. Shaban Rajab, the biggest gun kept in the holster of Carlton Heart, has been unleashed. They need a win tonight, and their manager has put on the playing attire to try get Adam Plumby and Ethan Reed to close out the show. It's Carlton Heart against Hume, and it's live.
What a massive night this could be for Carlton Heart. They need all 3 points more than ever. Hume as well will go closer to Aku with a win. If they've ever needed Shaban Rajab's influence, it is now more than ever the Heart. Obviously, Tom Harris left in the transfer window, and this is a side looking to rebuild. They've brought in Berad Bezadpour as well. So a couple of new acquisitions for a side who need a lift. They need 3 points. They were building some positivity in their futsal before the Easter break. Players like Armand Dawood, who rolls it to Bezadpour. His first couple of touches, maybe a bit nervy, and Mohamed Shafei have given the youth a bit of a spark.
You mentioned inclusions, Ethan. The Black Army have some players of futsal calibre in their arsenal tonight. Jordan Guerrero, Anthony Haddad, all coming across from New South Wales, and it must be said how tremendous both players are. Really liked Guerrero's performance at the Nationals. As Cicek, wearing the captain's armband, UC7, trying to find involvement early. We're going to go through the lineups of the Black Army. On court currently, in goals, none other than Vassos Katambis. Hope I've gotten that right. Another player, of course, from New South Wales. In between the sticks tonight, replacing the likes of Karadatic. On court, Klanaris, Ramadan, Cicek, and Baquero. A heavy bench, consistent of Hamza Suede, Turkman, Guerrero. Kawuglu's made a return also. We haven't seen him, dare I say, in almost a year. Welcome back, Reset Kawuglu. It's almost a classic tonight of some veterans getting the kits back on. And already 2 players. Inos Bertrus, the understudy, also remains on the bench. And Mubasha Dustizado has a new lease on futsal life for the Black Army.
And for Carlton Heart, obviously, you have Mohamed Shafei between the sticks as Matt Duram is still out injured. Paul Varenti, Armand Dawood, new acquisition Berad Bezadpour, and of course Shaban Rajab. A huge inclusion for this Heart side. Alex LaRocca on the bench, as well as Hikaru Ichigi, Daniel Aliano, Victor Faraya, and Dawood Ferreira. This is a huge game for both sides. You cannot understate the importance of a relegation 6-pointer. One where Heart need it more than Hume, some might say, as it's rolled out to Ube Cicek to have a go. That one high, not so handsome. He's been in the goals recently and back on the trail as the Black Army have had an upturn in form. And Shafei rolls to Dawood, who has been one of Carlton's bright young things in a season full of doom and gloom so far for them. Here is Rajab. Rolls it for Bezadpour, back to him. Tried to turn Klanaris, did brilliantly. Paul Varenti gave him a hand. Looked to clip his way indoors. It came to Baquero, and Ube Cicek, by the keeper on the post, rolls in the Hume opener.
Goal for the Black Army. Number 7, Ube Cicek.
Beautiful finish. And the second it rolled to him on that left foot, and he opened up, you knew.
And the Black Army are not mucking around by any means. A trio of substitutions. Turkman, Guerrero, Haddad. They've got the opener, and while they're looking to make the floodgates completely open up and rain. This season has been firmly with a lot of influence from New South Wales. I'm seeing some more here tonight as Turkman got it from Guerrero. Now Shaban Rajab on a journey. Here comes Mad Dog. Cicek will clear. And welcome, Ethan, to Shaban Mad Dog Rajab. Other way around, I might have got that twisted, but it's just so great to see him back on court.
And he's made quite the introduction for me, certainly. That was a beautiful run, a real dancing, twisting, turning. attempt to make his way through. And could he spark something for Carlton Hart? Bezadpour rolled it back down the line before the pocket was picked. Turkmen tried to skip away. And just on those new signings for Hume as well, Adam, the rumour mill has it, the Series Futsal News might have it, that Adam Kolak isn't done yet. He still has more business to do.
Need a investigative journalist to uncover that. That's not within my pay grade, is Bezadpour. Steaming forward, Behrad Bezadpour. Kartambis tried to make himself big. He came firmly across and is trying to perhaps unleash a deeper teammate, Bezadpour, in Ferrer, but he wasn't able to do so. Haddad, Cicek, such size about Haddad. He's quick despite being a mammoth. In possession now. Try the no-look pass for Turkmen. Out of play.
A couple of lively touches for Guerrero as well. He started well over on this left-hand side. As it's rolled for Haddad to drive. Guerrero nearly got able to turn it in. And I think Turkmen in particular will link up well with Haddad down the right. It's a place where Hume can cause Carlton a lot of problems as Ferreira finds his way out to Dawood. It's rolled back inside to Ferreira. Bezadpour looked to turn and go, but Ube Cicek was having none of it. It's been a lively start from both sides, you would have to say, because Carlton Hart have been able to get on the ball, have been able to keep their possession. But Hume have that early goal, so it forces the Hart to come out and play. And we know that the Black Army really, really like that solidity in defence, and they like to be able to stay compact, so it almost invites Hart onto them.
Oh, Ferrer has no shin pads on. And Reece Interesi just asks the official, Evangelique, if there's a chance for a mistake. But apologetic was the official, but a card's been issued to Dawood Ferrer. Seen a lot of cards issued tonight. It's no one's birthday, but feel like there's been a flurry of birthdays today, considering how many times we've seen the referee reach for their pocket. Cruz, another player we're so happy to see back on court. Guerrero now strolling forward for the Black Army. Haddad got a foot on it. Bezadpour was the press. Gets a foot in on it. The human freight train keeps it away from Guerrero. He strolls towards us on commentary. Keep your eye on this man here, Ethan. It's a play you'll certainly be tantalised by. Rolls it for Haddad. Stepping in the way. Carlton Hart. Ferrer. Not around Turkmen.
And just the one thing as well, with Guerrero already, he looks so lively. Whenever he gets on the ball, Achigi with a nice interception then. Ferreira flicks it for Bezadpour, who turns. And Kartambis makes a super save down low. It will be a Carlton Hart corner, but that is the best of Behrad Bezadpour so far. That was a lovely turn. Took it so smoothly and was able to fire. Guerrero stole in the way of the corner. Tried to skip beyond Bezadpour, who dived in. Strong challenge, but he won the ball, so nothing doing. Behrad Bezadpour certainly looking to lead this Carlton Hart press. As Guerrero will take it from the side. Oh, look to roll it out to the back stick. And Dustizada was ready, but Hume can't make it work.
Cruz. Trying to go over the top. Back towards Victor Cruz. Ferrer. Cruz. La Roca. Ferrer. First time pass goes afraid. Turkmen couldn't combine. Now La Roca trying to stroll his way through. Looks towards the official. Nothing doing. He thought there was something in that. Turkmen for Dustizada. Turkmen. Guerrero. Haddad controls it. Back towards Guerrero. Controlled effort towards goal, which Shafi is able to clear.
Guerrero and Haddad have linked up beautifully so far, and it's the first time he's had a pocket, and it's really opened up for him. It's a nice drive. Shafi reads it well through a collection of bodies as Guerrero looks to have another go. Hume at the moment are looking to make things happen, and they have another corner.
Turkmen behind it. What can they try to conjure up here, Ethan? There's a bit of delay in play. Carlton able to get back and try to set up for this corner, but Hume looking for their double.
Turkmen to take. A second for Hume would mean so much already. Ramadan's drifted near post. He took it down well. Turkmen rolled it all the way back for Guerrero to open it up. And Cruz makes a crucial block.
It's great seeing him back. Can't say it enough. There's been a few players that have come out the woodwork tonight. So great to see. La Roca blocking his counterpart number of Turkmen's shot. Lucky Ramadan, real imposing player, very technical player. Looks towards the back post. Turkmen. Dustizada. Ramadan. Turkmen. Movement might have been fluent from Ramadan deeper down the court. Guerrero back to Kartambis. Lofts it forward. La Roca gets his head onto it. Shafi comes a long way. Uses his box well.
The big difference at the moment between these two sides, Hume are a lot more confident in possession as Turkmen picks La Roca's pocket, looked to skip his way beyond. Cruz got in the way. Turkmen still battling with him. And in the end, Carlton Hart will win it back. But Hume have been so much more confident and progressive whenever they've had possession. They've looked to go forward straight away and have utilised the size, particularly of Ramadan or Haddad, whoever's been out on court. And that's just freed up players like Dustizada and also Guerrero to pick players' pockets and to run off them as well, and it gives them that space.
Dustizada, adept in his defensive backtrack. La Roca having stern talking to from Shaban Rajabot from the bench. Guerrero skips away. Guerrero around for there. Ball just travels out of play. For Carlton, had to be rather proactive with their interchanges. As Cruz. Dustizada having the ascendancy in that individual battle against La Roca. Hamza Suede on court. Kartambis. Guerrero. Cruz got in the way. Carlton can counter. Decent run this forward. Still progressing, although Guerrero gets in the way.
It's a lovely run forward from Newen, who looked to drive well beyond. But you notice with Hume, everything they're doing is going through Guerrero right now. As Newen looks to peel away from Dustizada and Suede, wins a free kick. In a dangerous position for Carlton Hart. See if they can land an equaliser. Cruz stood over it. And you just see as well, with a lot of those side balls, especially deep in their own territory, the Hart want players in and around the ball. It's different, and it's a different mentality and style to what we've seen in the opening half of this season from them. As it's Cruz's free kick, Suede in the wall. Cruz had a go! Rattled the side netting. All angles covered for the Black Army. But the Hearts have had their first real look.
You almost feel for Hart considering that when they are to have a look, Kartambis will be in the way. Quite the esteemed goalkeeper. Of course featured for New South Wales at the Nationals back in January. Victoria starting to be the real premier place for futsal. Meanwhile on court, Reset Kawuglu makes his return. It's been the longest time since we've seen him on court. A real Hume legend, the number 6. His first touches in Darebin. Dustizada. Hamza Suede. Took it on his stride. Carlton trying to clear. Lovely ball forward for La Roca. Cruz. La Roca in behind. Lovely shift to his body to get the shot away. But Kartambis not really called into action.
Lovely, absolutely lovely from Carlton Hart. The best move that they've put together. It did take a nick on its way through and they will have a corner. It's a great ball from Ichigi and the spin in behind from La Roca is brilliant. As Newen is here to take. La Roca's near post. Aliano's moved back. Cruz out of drive. And Hume will be able to reset. La Roca got in the way. Klanaris for Suede. Klanaris once more. Kukuglu. Now Klanaris, lovely ball into Haddad, who turned beautifully. and fired just wide. Shafei came out, but Anthony Haddad got it out of his feet rapidly as Aliano resets for Carlton. Now Rajab. Newen. Bezadpour's just drifted wide if they can find him. Here's Aliano instead. Rajab. Lovely return to Aliano, who's darted beyond. He has Haddad for company. Played it back to Shaban Rajab. Couldn't quite twist and turn his way out of it. Kukuglu got away with it. Suede looked to give him on the return.
Brilliant
That's a
tackle.
super challenge from Rajab. Newen it opened up for, and Kartambis made a comfortable save.
Aliano was on for the pass, not found by his teammate. But the Mad Dog, Shaban Rajab, rolling back the ears with that tackle. It's clean from behind and got the ball back for his side. And what a task he has. Haddad. Suede. Clenaris calling for it. Measured ball to find him. Suede. Haddad. Clenaris has a glance. Too deep for Suede.
It's the right idea from Clenaris. Suede obliged him with the run. Instead of trying to stab it into him, he could have just whipped it.
Shaban Rajab. The season he had in 2024, Season 1. Something which, of course, wasn't a complete indication of all he can do on court, but he was always leaving everything on the court for Carlton in that campaign. Their most recent in SFE, aside from this season. And what a fairy tale story it would be. With the added layer, of course, of Hume FC having a lot of pedigree on court. Imagine Shaban Rajab was to really inspire his side to a win tonight. Now it's going to open up that automatic relegation position, which Carlton currently have. The only point they've gotten this season was against the Black Army. 7-all that final score. Game which Hume had wrapped up, but Hart showcased much of their namesake. Meanwhile, Haddad will stroll forward with Clenaris on for the pass. Chance here for Hume. Shafee able to get it cleared, but only for a corner.
It was quickly off his line. Shafei covered the angle nicely. As Cicek from the corner. Ube Cicek tries to open it up. We've seen him score many a screamer this season. And Ferreira's challenge a bit too overzealous on the Hume skipper, who's in a hurry to take this free kick. However, will be called back. Wanted to roll it to Becerra.
Well, Ferreira has to be careful. He's on a card. That's got to be acknowledged. The red mist, your hope's gone away for the sake of this match, but you just don't know.
Cicek for Clenaris. Just a calm return for Ube Cicek. The message from the Hume bench, keep the ball. Macaro, Haddad stole a march. Fired it into the near post. Shafei gathered from the side netting. Aliano clipped it into Cicek. Bezadpour came away with it. Turned beyond Clenaris beautifully. Did Berad Bezadpour.
The freight train looking to depart the station. Of course, left to Western United to sign for Carlton Hart. And well, can he be the difference maker? Much needed in terms of having a veteran on court. A lot of youngsters about Carlton. It's definitely a signing which will bode well for them. Becerra. Clenaris. Haddad. Stepping beyond the Mad Dog. Now Becerra. Haddad wants it at his feet. Shaban Rajab trying to get around Cicek. Still going, Shaban Rajab somehow got his shot away. Haddad and Aliano come together. This one's starting to get a little bit spicy maybe. Ferrer. Searching forward, Bezadpour further. Bezadpour shifting for the shot. Kartambis there to save.
Hume boxed out defensively well, and now Clenaris for Haddad on the break on debut. Shafei again with a super save. Rajab got it away to Ferreira, who's got 3 to beat. Becerra stuck a leg in. Ferreira still going with it. Could have rolled Aliano again. It's still alive. But it ran out of room before it was cut back.
They don't lower the eyes, Carlton, do they? Had a couple of chances now with players inside the box, not being acknowledged. How that could come to haunt them.
Ramadan for Baquero. Clanaris. Back with Sebastian Baquero. Hume just looking to keep control on proceedings. Lovely switch for Clanaris. Cicek stolen a yard. Got it around Chaffee, but couldn't divert it into the back of the net. Ube Cicek's been able to get in those pockets in between the lines, create many issues for Carlton Heart so far. Of course, is the only goal scorer of this game currently, is Paul Varenti. Hits it back from Ferrer. DeWood's dropped for him. That is DeWood. Trying to draw this Hume press in. Ferreira. Trying to clip one down the line for Bezadpour, who was hustled by Guerrero immediately. DeWood was sold a bit short. Guerrero able to come away with it. He rolls it back for Cartambis. And you can feel it, similar to how they were in the reverse fixture, Hume. They are exercising and flexing their muscle at the moment. It might open up for Guerrero to have a go. And Chaffee got a solid pair of hands at the expense of a corner.
Turkman, the man to take. Cicek. Guerrero has a shuffle. Turkman. Ramadan. Building Hume on the edge of the area. Cicek had a fly. Might be testing of Shafik. Paul Varenti. Ferrer steps around Guerrero. Paul Varenti. Ramadan pickpockets the captain. Ball not cleared yet. Ferrer can stroll forward. Bezapor on for the pass. Cicek gets a vital foot in. Now the transition's occurred. DeWood, it's David against Goliath. The number 7 against the number 54 for Hume. Ramadan's side ball. Falters back towards Katambis. Guerrero, told to go by his bench. Cicek. Guerrero. Bezapor not offering an inch. It's there for Cicek. Can he get his shot right? Not far away, it was UC7.
He's looked the most dangerous, has Ube Cicek so far. Whenever he gets half a yard, he is looking to let fly and test Chaffee. It's exactly why Hume have been able to keep so much control of these games so far.
Under pressure was DeWood. Carlton will still have possession. That ricochet helping them. DeWood. Last bit of Paul Varenti. Now Turkman has Guerrero on for the pass. He won't need him. And Turkman fires in their second. It's exactly the kind of finish he was looking for.
Goal scorer for Hume, number 22, Omer Turkman.
The Black Army double their advantage.
It was such a well-taken goal. Had Guerrero arriving at the back post, but Turkman didn't need him. Kept his composure and rolled it beyond Chaffee, but Carlton Heart caught out of the back for the second time. The Black Army, finally, all that possession and all that control comes to fruition in the form of their second goal. As Harder looking to issue a timeout. Cicek's looking to make it a 3-goal buffer. Guerrero back with Cicek. Works it wide for Dustizada. Guerrero. Face to face with Paul Varenti. Lovely switch for Turkmen, who might have DeWood to beat down the line. Guerrero once more. Cicek's drifted over if he chose to find him. Paul Varenti stuck a leg out. It came all the way back to Cartambis, who is venturing beyond half court for Turkmen.
Still there.
A makeshift fifth for the Black Army as Cartambis has a go. Chaffee spilled but gathered at the second attempt. He will now look to go long. Cartambis takes it down coolly. Turkmen was there just in case. And the Hume shot stopper having a fair venture forward as Cicek. Turkmen. Skip beyond Bezadpour. Dustizada. Guerrero. That's Paul Varenti to beat. Lovely ball. Turkmen looks to cut inside. Bezadpour got his angles right and made a crucial block.
Lively. Turkmen has a rush of adrenaline following goal he scored. Guerrero trying to shift it. into the path of the top left corner. Shafi guides the ball out of play. The Black Army firmly on the hunt. Guerrero from the corner rolls it out of play. And that's where it will allow for Carlton Heart to exercise their issued timeout. They trail by 2 goals. What can they try to do to turn this one around? We'll find out following the timeout break.
Coaches that every day is good for improving your level, so you have to work hard every day. It's detail, it's important for improve your career. The group is the key of success. If you don't have a union group, you can win some matches, you can win some tournaments, but finally you don't win the World Cup or you don't win the European Championship. You need a strong group and everybody go in the same direction. The futsal is totally different than in Europe or in other countries. I think there are good levels here in Australia. There are good players, so they have to work hard. And maybe in the future Australia is in the top.
So we return from timeout. An early Hume double sees the Black Army 2-0 up against Carlton Heart, but it has not been as one-sided as that scoreline reads. A couple of looks on the break for this side as LaRocca looks to come and claim the Woods ball. Dustizada came away with it. Chuchuglu. Dustizada. Now Guerrero. 2 futsal roos look to combine as he looked to roll in Haddad. Pulverenti came away with it. Rolled it all the way for Armando Wood. Dustizada flung a leg out in the challenge. Carlton will have it from the side. Of course, a relegation 6-pointer and then some. The final act of a cool and crisp autumn eve in Melbourne's north is one that is just as tantalising as the 2 that went before. Fitzroy flexed their muscle against Western United in the early kickoff, and in the middle game, Moreland were far too good for a Pascoe Vale side whose disciplinary issues came to hurt them in the end. 3 red cards, and we hope that that's all we may need to see tonight, as Chuchuglu is in strongly on Pulverenti. Haddad does brilliantly. Guerrero looks to have a drive. Pulverenti flung a leg out, and for a shot that was travelling with some venom, the Black Army will be able to reload. Of course, a win tonight would take them within touching distance of Melbourne Aku. Mr. Chuchuglu for Dustizada. Rode all the way out to Haddad, who had a go. Shafay made a good save. Cruz for Pulverenti, who wanted to clip it anywhere. LaRocca flicked it on. But in the end, it will come to no avail and to nobody. Cartambis will reset for Hume. Guerrero from the side. Chuchuglu. Guerrero. Lovely ball for Haddad down the line. A little bit of a slip on the turn. It's been one of those nights.
Has been. A lot of froth on the court. Oh, the mop hasn't really come out often. Bit of a somber mood surrounds DCSS. A full onus on what Carlton can transcribe. LaRocca didn't like what we're saying. His pass hits our booth. Kuwaglu. Guerrero. Haddad. Is this his moment? Not to be that time around from Haddad. His shot goes wide.
We mentioned how the last game was a close to 2-hour affair. We're nearly at the end of the first half. It's been a lot more free-flowing, a lot less stop-start. And it's because you've got 2 sides who's understand they need to come out and play some of the highest quality futsal they have this season, as Cruz is looking to get Carlton Heart back on the march. LaRocca's broken to the far side. That's a lovely ball to find him. DeWood is on the switch, face-to-face with Guerrero, who was pressing heavy on the touch. Cruz tried to find Aliano. Chuchuglu made a good challenge. Cartambis will clear. It'll fall all the way back to Shafay. But Adam, for Carlton Heart so far, they're not out of it. They just need a bit of a look.
They need a definite look. Haven't had one yet, but well, it's something they certainly do need. Dawood shifts around Haddad. This might be their chance, Ethan. The ball ricocheted across the face of goal. And it will be Hume's ball, but there was your look maybe. Nothing to come of it this time. That is more like it from Carlton Heart.
Right on cue. LaRocca didn't know much about it. It got turned back into his path. He must have just flung a thigh or a knee at it. And it diverted wide.
A thigh?
A thigh. A bit of a bobble.
It's unusual, but it can work. So that's what happened.
As here is LaRocca. Guerrero picked his pocket. Haddad tried to clip Suede in. Cruz did brilliantly to take care of the situation. Guerrero is a bundle of energy at the moment, leading that Black Army press. Clanaris obliges him. They push Carlton Heart into a corner, and in the end, they surrender possession, but it is a good press from Hume.
Dawood. Had to go over the top. There was nothing short for him. Katambis gets it rolling for Clanaris. Guerrero. Great ball for Haddad. The Futsalroos combine for the Black Army, and that's the pick of the bunch.
Goal scorer for Hume, number 10, Anthony Haddad.
His maiden goal in SFE competition, crafted expertly by his teammate of Guerrero. NSW Flair runs true on Victorian courts tonight.
And he's been threatening since kickoff. Haddad. He's got into great positions. A couple of warning shots on the turn where he didn't quite catch them. That one, he just drifted completely unmarked at the back post. But Achigi might be able to pull one back. Pick Turkman's pocket. But more on the finish from Haddad. He just drifted clear at the back post, completely unmarked. Wonderful ball from Guerrero to find him. And it was the coolest of finishes to treble Hume's advantage.
Not the return to play, I'm sure, envisioned by this man in possession. It's gone very deep for Eliano. Kartambis. Composed with his feet, although Achigi read it well. Shaban Rajab, is this a return moment? Looking to find one desperately for Carlton. Their manager turned player. Not many times you'll say that, Ethan. And Kartambis was there to save.
It was a good stop from Kartambis. Rajab did brilliantly to work the angle. And he rolls it for Dawood. Nothing quite comes of it, but Shaban Rajab has certainly looked the most likely out of this Carlton Heart side so far. Let's roll back to Achigi. Now Rajab. Tried to clip it over. Kartambis came and got a palm on it. Clanaris and Turkman sort themselves out. It's rolled to Hamza Suede, who has a break and had Haddad on. Chose Turkman instead. Suede. Lovely ball for Clanaris. Haddad's just drifted centrally. Switch wide for Turkman. Suede. Turkman once more. Now Clanaris again. Haddad looking to spin the wood in behind. Turkman now tried to drift down the line. Couldn't get enough on it as he was ushered. And Carlton Heart will keep it.
Half nearly finished. Nearly inside our final minute. So there's something that can perhaps just change the team talks for Carlton Heart. Heading into the final half-time interval of round 12. Clanaris, Turkman. It was there for Shaban Rajab. He was telling Dawood, he was with him in company to press high, and it fell for the Mad Dog. He turned it wide. Kartambis. Haddad, lovely first touch. Couldn't combine with Suede. Achigi rides the tackle. No, he doesn't. Goes out of play.
Lovely touch from Haddad, and that's been the real difference at the moment. Hume's pivot has had so much control, and you see the prowess of a Futsalroo. That was a brilliant takedown. But he's been such a thorn in the side of whoever's marked him. Had Dawood's number. It's now Aliano's job. They can't find a matchup, Carlton Heart, that works.
Shaban Rajab. Not sure where to go. Twists around. Achigi has Dawood on for the pass. He might go solo. Achigi. Dawood took a touch. He went down inside the box. Shibama Jab wants VAR to be intervened. That was, of course, a feature in Season 1 in 2024. No longer, of course, is a thing here yet, but well, there was a slight touch from Hamza Suede, but nothing will be doing.
There's a little bit of contact. I don't think enough to warrant a penalty. There's a slight touch on Dawood, who went down and is now leading the press on Klanaris, who did well to evade it. Haddad was wrapped up by Aliano, and Hume will have a free kick. He was looking to turn and spin in behind again, and Aliano, well, tactical though it may be, just had the wrap around him.
24 seconds left of futsal. Last first half of tonight. Colax handed the timeout card to the timekeeper. They look to set up a routine here, Hume. Following the resumption of play, they lead by 3 goals. We cross to a timeout break.
Di mana akan dipilih 15 pemenang. Masing-masing pemenang akan mendapatkan 1 jersey original dari Moreland Futsal Club. Syaratnya sangat gampang, langsung saja follow akun Instagram ini dan akan dipilih selama 5 hari ke depan. Jadi tunggu apa lagi? Let's go!
I grew up with low self-esteem. It was me and my mama, just us in the trauma. Hands up if you know what I mean. I see you, I feel you. I want you to know that you're not alone. I know what it's like not to have a home. What a bow. Feel like I live in the end zone. I'm the one leading the drives. The crew riding round in a benzo. Relegation. I've been in charge of my own fate. Left the excuses behind. Now I'm the illest violinist alive. I took the pain and I thrive. But look at me now.
Guerrero behind the free kick for the Black Army. Nearly hear a pin drop as Guerrero rolls it. Turkman lost his foot in. Haddad kept the move going. He goes down in the box. And Shafi impedes Haddad, according to the official. And it will be a penalty for the Black Army. Rajab leading protests. But Anthony Haddad has the ball in his hands and will want to find his second from the spot. Well, a goal is needed for Carlton Hart. And it might go the other way. Such an imposing player. What can he do from the spot, Haddad? For a 4-0 lead, it's Haddad. Sends the keeper the wrong way. He's at the brace. He embraces his Hume teammates. It's all going well for the Black Army. They've scored again.
Goal scorer for Hume, number 10, Anthony Haddad.
And this half looks to come to its natural conclusion. As Ethan mentioned, it had flown, and we're in our last 10 seconds of it now.
It's been a fast-paced first half, but Hume have dominated from start to finish. That was a lovely penalty from Haddad, showcased so much coolness. It's a flick from Achigi calls Kartambis into action. You said it was a relegation 6-pointer, and at the moment it is going the way of the Black Army. They have flown out of the traps for a first half where they didn't really give Carlton Hart much of an avenue. There's not been a real look-in for those in blue and white so far. Cicek clips it to Haddad. And he has the final knocking of the first half, which Hume have been humming their way through 4 goals without reply and a truly impressive display. Carlton Heart have a mountain to climb on the other side of the break. But as we cross the half-time for the final time in round 12, it is Hume 4, Carlton Heart 0.
สำหรับผมในกีฬาฟุตซอลครับ2 อย่างที่ต้องมีครับในตัวนักกีฬาฟุตซอลครับก็ระเบียบวินัยแล้วก็ความมุ่งมั่นครับมี2 อย่างนี้ก็ทำให้คุณอาจประสบความสำเร็จได้ครับ
ก็ฟุตซอลเป็นเหมือนชีวิตผมครับเพราะว่าผมทำมันมาตั้งแต่เด็กแล้วก็คิดว่ามันน่าจะเป็นส่วนหนึ่งในชีวิตของผมเลยครับ
ผมเสียสละในกีฬานี้ก็ในเรื่องของเวลาครับเพราะว่าเราต้องทิ้งทุกอย่างไปข้างหลังครับแล้วก็คอนเซนเทรตแล้วก็มีความมุ่งมั่นกับกีฬานี้เพื่อที่จะพัฒนาตัวเองแล้วก็ไปสู่ความสำเร็จครับ
สำหรับต้องมีความมุ่งมั่นแล้วก็ความอดทนแล้วก็ความพยายามครับผมถึงประสบความสำเร็จได้ครับ
พวกเราไม่เคยหยุดไล่ล่าพวกเรามาที่นี่เพื่อพิชิตพวกเราหยุดไม่ได้
Halo, salam olahraga untuk seluruh pencinta futsal di Indonesia. Kami dari Moreland Futsal Club dan Series Futsal akan mengadakan giveaway di mana akan dipilih 15 pemenang. Masing-masing pemenang akan mendapatkan 1 jersey original dari Moreland Futsal Club. Syaratnya sangat gampang, langsung saja follow akun Instagram ini dan akan dipilih selama 5 hari ke depan. Jadi tunggu apa lagi? Let's go!
I grew up with low self-esteem. Was me and my mama, just us in the trauma. Hands up if you know what I mean. I see you, I feel you. I want you to know that you're not alone. I know what it's like not to have a home. Feel like I live in the end zone. I'm the one leading the drives. The crew riding around in a Benzo.
We return from half-time for the final time this evening. Hume currently are sitting pretty in terms of the relegation scrap, 4-0 up, and well and truly in command of a first half where they did not give Carlton Heart much of a look in. They do have a bit of a mountain to climb to those in blue and white, and all will be seen. They had mere glimpses in the first half, but nothing too substantial as the Black Army have well and truly called on the cavalry to shut the door down. Ethan Rigg and Adam Palombi for the final half, the final period of what's been an enthralling and, well, truly dramatic Friday evening in Darebin, as it always is. What a way to return from Easter.
Just caught a bit confused there, perhaps. Dawood, family up against Bequero. Frustration personified from Carlton Heart. But the old saying goes, if one side can do it in one half, we can do it in the other. I'm sure that's what was at the forefront of the team talks. Spearheaded by Reece Teresi and Dalbert. They need a goal and they need it early. There's no two ways about it. If they start building that mountain. Kawuglu very late on Bezard-Paw. Might be the opportunity here.
I certainly will have a look. Carlton Heart. Kawuglu just dangled late, didn't he? And Berad Bezard-Paw was looking to turn. He looked lively in the first half. Probably had their best opportunity prior to the break. Shabar Majab stands over a free kick. It will be Rajab, rolls it for Cruz to fire into the roof of the net. And all of a sudden, Carlton Hart have one back. A lovely hit from Cruz. Shaban Rajab with a lovely ball to find him off the free kick. He wrapped his foot around it and drove it into the roof of the net. And all of a sudden, they may be able to add another. Dawood coming face to face with Ramadan.
Goal for Carlton Hart. Number 2, Victor Cruz.
And in the meantime, Armand Dawood's gone into the book for kicking the ball away after the whistle.
And dare I say, then he has to just compose himself, the youngster. He's caught up in the emotions of this one, and he's come out into this second half. Well, very pushy and shovey, and well, he stepped up towards Lockie Ramadan. Very bold. Meanwhile, Ramadan still kept his run going. Got it back from Clanaris, and Hume were swift with their response.
Goal scorer for Hume, number 54, Luqman Ramadan.
Having conceded the foul, the Black Army, within moments, reinstate a 4-goal buffer.
It was clean and quick from Hume. They wanted to stifle out any ideas of a Carlton Hart comeback. Of course, still plenty of time, but they needed to restamp their authority. Ramadan did it so well. A quick little 1-2 with Clanaris, and such a cool finish as well. Just to make sure any small nerves that had crept in had been quelled. But for the Hart, they switched off a little bit from that free kick.
Still can't get out of our heads. The last time these two teams met, Hume had a 5-goal advantage, and Hart had clawed it back to end the match a draw. The same characteristics will have to apply in tonight's contest, you'd imagine. So based on that background, despite what the scoreline might be, you just simply never know. As Cruz strolled forward but had no cavalry. Shaban Rajab. Cruz. Rajab made some space. Kawuglu. Sliding was Rajab. Bequero. Cruz not blinking. Bequero got the nutmeg executed right, but couldn't do much afterwards. Shafi rolls for Dawood. Cruz. Shaban Rajab. Bezapur into his stride. Kept his run going. A Shimpad's gone flying. And Ramadan will go for a stroll here. Clanaris on for the pass. Bequero on his own. Ramadan back to Bequero, who got it all wrong.
Good movement from Ramadan in order to draw Shafei for that return ball. You thought maybe if somebody had darted to the back post, they would have tried to clip it into head for an open net. Bezadpour got up a little bit gingerly and has made his way to the bench, Adam, so maybe a small subplot for Hart to follow.
Dawood had a snapshot. Pass from LaRocca to find him. Well, there's not much he could have done more, really. He had to just throw a boot at it and hope for the best. LaRocca gets his shin pad back in. Away we'll go once more. Kartambis onto the chest of Ramadan. Lovely touch for Kawuglu. And now the two sixes come together. Kartambis will claim him. He'll go for a stroll here, the keeper. On a journey, he's still going forward. Kartambis can score here. He ran the length of the court. And he felt that was his moment to have completed a whole run from coast to coast.
It was nearly the most emphatic of keeper run goals. That was unbelievable. The way he just skipped by LaRocca and kept going. He could have rolled it to somebody as well, but wanted to go alone. It's not his first venture forward tonight either, Kartambis. He's certainly feeling confident as a plethora of changes for Hume. Two futsal roos.
It won't be his last. And to quote Martin Tyler from FIFA, it's prime days. The goalkeeper is on the move. And he was Kartambis, and he nearly was able to go the full length of the court. Cruz, LaRocca couldn't get his foot right. Haddad with a real sight for goal. His eyes lit up. But Aliano got in the way.
Good block from Aliano. And he read the situation really nicely. Clanaris had just broken away, though. If Haddad had maybe rolled it to him, he could have had an easy tap in as Dustizada. Guerrero. Now Clanaris who's dropped deeper. Guerrero again, pressed by LaRocca, skip beyond him. Sold Dustizada short. LaRocca had a hit. Cartambis made a super stop. Haddad was the one who benefited from it. Dustizada. Guerrero teasing ball towards Haddad. Cruz did enough to marshal him off it and just usher it out of play for Shafei to start once more. He rolls for Cruz. Now LaRocca. Down the line for Aliano. Ube Cicek had a dive in and was just a touch too strong.
Aliano gets the free kick. Still trailing by 4. Scores haven't changed. Aliano. Cruz. Pulverenti, the bib's off. He wants to get back on the captain. Aliano. Cruz. Guerrero, great positioning, although Aliano came across. Cartambis went for a slide. Haddad for Guerrero. Dustizada, he faked to go that way. Came incisive. Guerrero played the ball, and next thing you knew, the move had fizzled out. Cruz. LaRocca. Aliano. Deeper for Carlton Hart. LaRocca. Newen. Cicek puts her foot in. Haddad. First time for Guerrero. Dustizada was central. He was screaming for the ball. Cartambis. Lofting ball for Guerrero. It will find him. Couldn't get around Cruz, although it was out of real estate.
Lovely touch from Guerrero. Great ball from Cartambis as well. As Cruz solves LaRocca short. Dustizada had it come off Shafei and then ricochet back onto him. Couldn't find the goal. Couldn't find the finishing touch. But it was nearly another catastrophe for Carlton at the back as Pulverenti for LaRocca. Lovely ball to find Newen. Skipped his way beyond Haddad. Cicek slid in and slid in well and then beat LaRocca. Pulverenti gives him one on the other way. Hume will recover, but a couple of challenges flying in.
Bodies hitting the deck. Oh, and a quick flurry too.
Haddad. Now for Cicek. Dustizada. Lovely ball for Guerrero, who has Pulverenti. Newen's looking to come and close the door. Dustizada once more. Tried to roll one into the feet of Haddad. Not enough whip on it. Was audacious, and the ball wasn't not on, but it wasn't exactly the kind of whip and pace that Haddad would have been able to work with. LaRocca for Pulverenti, pressed by Guerrero, and it stays alive for him. Face to face with Pulverenti, loses out on this occasion. Pulverenti did brilliantly. LaRocca could skip away, couldn't get it out from under his feet. Guerrero went in not once but twice, not even thrice. 4 times came away with the ball, and still finally is able to wriggle clear, but not even, because LaRocca just kept at it.
Really a genuine tussle for possession. And both players were unrelenting to give up. Guerrero earned the side ball. UC7. Captain's armband on. Guerrero. LaRocca can venture forward, lost his footing, got the nutmeg away. Cartambis came out. LaRocca had the ball ricochet off him and out of play. It's a big moment from the Hume keeper.
Cartambis has had many of them tonight, and he's got them all right so far. Anytime he's had to come out and clean, he's had to sweep, he's judged it to perfection. Another example is LaRocca easily could have tried to loft it over him or go round, but he closed the angle and timed that slide to perfection. That's Guerrero for Haddad. Dustizada. You see Anthony Haddad just wants some calm as he switches for Guerrero. Face to face with LaRocca. Guerrero skips by him, tried to find Dustizada. It came back to Guerrero. Cicek got it out of his feet, rattled one into Pulverenti. Dustizada happy to watch it trickle out.
Courageous block from Pulverenti. Trying to jab really, each time he's on court, just wants his players to understand very exactly to be positioned. You can see him really just instructing his troops on what to do. Rajab. It's going to work for Pulverenti. Haddad took no chances. Can Carlton find a spark? We've said this time and time again this season. They've called upon some club legends to try help them tonight. And well, the score indicative really of the quality Hume have brought into this game. Rajab stepping inside. Kartambis flung into a save. It's firmly with now that of Hart. Rajab stepping inside. Kartambis palms it away. Nearly the moment for Mad Dog upon his return.
Two brilliant saves from Kartambis as well. Chaban Rajab stepped inside brilliantly on that second one, and it was a sharp reflex as it comes out to him again. Just a lash one goalwards. He's in the mood for one on his return. And Carlton Hart would need it right now. They're not quite out of it yet. Just under 14 minutes remaining, so plenty of time if they were to find a way back into this game. There's Guerrero. Cicek spun. Cicek hits. Just away of Shafe's near post.
Hasn't really, well, it's been an okay game for the keeper. Hasn't been his worst nor best performance. Tran's injury, of course, prevents the #1 shot stopper for Carlton Hart to be selected tonight. But the understudy, well, it's been a difficult game for him. But he has been there to make a few saves. Guerrero shifting gears. Went for the solo effort in the end.
Lovely move from Guerrero. Just shifted out of his feet. You can see it as well. He went through the gears straight away as Bezadpour tried to turn away from him. Guerrero with a tactical foul, just a little tug back. Hart will have a free kick. Chaban Rajab will take Pulverenti's far side if he chooses. Achigi's drifted down the line. Bezadpour in as the pivot. Rajab tried to roll it for Bezadpour. Turkmen did well to win it. Suede came away and Guerrero calmed it down. He finds Cicek. Now Guerrero. Suede. Guerrero once more, clips it down the line. Suede tried to get around Achigi. Carlton Hart won a foul, but in the end, Shafe will have to settle for it.
Not happy Achigi, and well, Suede had a fair bit of him. Pulverenti into his stride, off his left, Kartambis. Brilliant stop from the man from New South Wales. Clawed it away, it looked like it was buried into the bottom right corner. Brilliant stop.
Super save from Kartambis. He's been crucial as Rajab looks to have a go. He got down well. Once again, a pure reflex save from Kartambis. He's been brilliant tonight. It's another example of it. Pulverenti got a yard, struck it sweetly on his left foot. It's Rajab. Here is Pulverenti. Face to face with Turkmen, who did well to skip away from both of them. Rajab, bodies and legs flying everywhere. Turkmen eventually goes down. And Ichigi, having pulled him back, gives away a free kick, and his frustration is visible.
Well, he felt as if he was impeded originally when coming together with Hamza Suede. Perhaps a little receipt. And Guerrero has Suede on for the pass. Turkmen out wide. Cicek wider on the opposite flank. Kartambis was itching to perhaps get around it. But Guerrero, is this his moment? He'll roll it for Turkmen. Charbs will block.
It's a good block from Rajab. You can see how many options Hume have in every dead ball situation as Turkmen takes for Guerrero. Cicek looking to work it beyond Pulverenti. Another drive into the near post of Shafe. But Ube Cicek still looming large as a threat. So eager to work that angle. That's Pulverenti. Ferreira. Pulverenti once more. Tried to give it to Achigi down the line. Bakero came away with it. Tried to skip beyond Pulverenti, but will have to settle for it from the side. Hume with a healthy buffer, knowing that the time is their friend. The scoreline is their friend. And Hart have it all to do as Suede Couldn't clip it beyond Ferreira, who rolled it to Berat Bezatpour. Cheeky's central. Bezatpour tried to find him. Turkmen with a good recovery challenge, not only to divert it away from his own net, but for a Carlton Heart corner.
Fantastic recovery from Turkmen. Never gave up on it. Bezatpour. Hit with pace as it lofted over the crossbar. So stoppage is a little bit more fluent in this second half. As Suede, all on his own, not around Pulverenti. Match just a little bit stale at the minute, screaming out for a goal. But from the side that trail by 4 of them. Ferrer, not beyond Turkmen. Suede might have a chance. Pulverenti with a vital touch to prevent any further punishment inflicted by the Black Army on the scoreboard.
There's a crucial challenge from Pulverenti. So often in the right place at the right time for Hart defensively. That was no different here. It was a crucial touch. Otherwise, Suede would have been able to pull the trigger, and it might have already wrapped this game up. We still have over 10 minutes to play. So there is still plenty of time for a game to be made of this. You must remember they were 7-2 down last time, Carlton Heart, and pulled it back to 7-all.
Question mark might open up to lead us home in conversation, perhaps, Ethan, but I really want to see Mo Temel in this team. I know he's injured, I know there's concerns there, then he's working back to full fitness, but I'd love to see the likes of Haddad, Guerrero, Kartambis, Chiche, Klinaris, Pequero, and Temel. Turkmen, of course, all in that mix with their current lineup. Some big players for him currently, which have showcased their quality tonight. Just wonder, well, it'd be great to see Temel in the mix, and you wonder if they are to have the same cavalry against other opponents in the comp, what sort of test they can provide. Time will tell, of course, but a little bit of a talking point maybe, as Bezatpour's shot was denied by Katambis, and must be said, the shot stopper tonight's had a couple of moments, and he's really showcased his quality.
He's had an excellent night. Kartambis, both in between the sticks and out on court too. Whenever he's been able to drift forward, he's taken the opportunity and showcased so much quality. He's made a few brilliant reflex saves. He's been a brilliant signing for Hume so far. What a pickup he is. Shorted up Kaladatic, a very good shot stopper in his own right. Kartambis gives them an extra dimension though, someone who can carry when needed as well. And it's, do you think it's something that Adam Kolek thought was seriously missing from this side for the occasion that they do go to the 5th man?
I think when you bring in a keeper of such calibre, not to discredit Kaladatic, but it does give a layer of invincibility. Does provide that touch more, not touch more, but significant amount more of security. A very esteemed goalkeeper. And that's why Kolak has brought him in. Some grand ambitions for Hume. I'm not sure many would have deciphered that from the season's beginning. Well, by both Josh Fusco and my own estimation, we thought that Carlton Heart would actually avoid the automatic relegation position, which they currently reside in. And it would be Hume in that position, although Cruz went for broke. And that's a brilliant way to mark your return. We've seen it twice tonight, as Victor Cruz, from inside his own defensive D, lofts it with a plum.
Goal scorer for Carlton Heart, number 2, Victor Cruz.
The deficit brought back to 3. A goal from pretty much nowhere, but how they needed that, Carlton.
Huge goal for Carlton Heart. It gives them a lifeline as Ramadan is trying to take it away. Baccaro had a go. Shafay got down and made a crucial save that just keeps them in it. But what a wonderful goal from Victor Cruz on a night where we've seen plenty of them. And we will have a timeout for Hume. Adam Kolek's decided it's time for the Black Army to talk tactics. They, despite having conceded another goal, they lead Carlton Heart by 5 goals to 2. We are back from timeout. Humley, Carlton Hart 5-2 the Hart with a speculative goal to get back in the game. The Black Army are looking to continue to exercise so much control as they have done throughout proceedings so far. And Bakero for Chichoglu. Bakero looked to skip beyond the Chigi. Anthony Haddad back out on court. Adam, is it possible that lightning could strike twice? History might repeat itself and the Hart could make a comeback?
Well, it asks a lot of them. Again, they've been here before, so they know what they're up against. I feel like if they are to do it, it's written in the stars for their manager turned player of Chabana Rajab. Time will tell. That's my prediction, Ethan. If they are to do it, it's got to be through Chabs. Dawood, not around Clenaris, gets the foul. Carlton Hart, set piece opportunity.
Could be an avenue. If they add another, all of a sudden it's a 2-goal game and you never know what might happen. And you feel if it does get that close, Chabana Rajab will be reinstated straight away. I don't think they would risk going that long without somebody who gives such an organising presence as well as the unbelievable skill that he's got. But Dawood has a free kick. Haddad in the wall. Clenaris and Chichoglu on the posts. It is Dawood to have a hit. Clenaris did his job. Kartambis then got a palm. Haddad looked to muscle his way beyond 2. Carlton will retain it.
That was going in. That was going in. And Clenaris gets his head in the way and prevents a certain goal. Dawood struck it so sweetly, so unlucky the youngster.
Dawood agrees with us as well. If you'd have heard that or picked it up, Armand Dawood agreed with us. Cruz, now here he is again, looking to cut inside of Haddad. Dawood goes down. La Rocca clatters it into Haddad on the clearance. Once more, nothing doing. They reset through Cruz. Dawood. Newen, lovely 1-2. Dawood again to have a drive. Kartambis happy to palm and claim calmly. He rolls for Turkmen. Now Cicek skips his way down the line wonderfully. Cruz got in the way. Newen now drives his way beyond Haddad. Cicek on the recovery did wonderfully, and Guerrero can come away with it. Has 2 to beat. Turkmen, Cicek. Beautiful switch for Guerrero. Took it well, and it found its way in via an unfortunate deflection off Newen. When it is not going for you, sometimes everything may go wrong. Newen in the wrong place at the wrong time, and Hume have a 6th. Desperately unfortunate. As the goal is getting moved to, but it's not exactly like he did the wrong thing. He tried to stop the ball. Horrid deflection, and Shafei was short-sighted.
What can you do? It's a fleeting goal to concede. And time is frail, but, well, that might have just sealed the game for the Black Army. Turkmen rolling on the afterburners. La Rocca skids along the canvas. Will be a Carlton ball. Oh, in fact, it won't be. Guerrero out for another corner. La Rocca will wear that tomorrow morning. Clutches at his back, the youngster. Oh, Guerrero hasn't scored. It was an own goal, of course. Haddad, one for placement. I knew that was a moment for another, and perhaps a hat-trick. Well, Carlton Hart have called for a timeout. This game nearing its conclusion, and the Black Army are looking at 3 points to cement themselves in 6th place. We'll cross to another timeout break.
we return from timeout between Hume and Hart, Carlton will have it. It's Ferreira for Dawood. Back with Ferreira. Rolls it wide for Rajab. Lovely ball to find Dawood, who could try and work an angle. Rajab tried to steer it goalwards. Turkman got in the way. Guerrero and Dawood had a little bit of a tussle. Dawood's had a bit of fire about him this evening. Has to be cautious, of course. He's already been booked. There's Turkman. Gets it going for the Black Army again. Rajab picked his pocket. Rolled it for Bezadpour. Lovely clip to find Dawood, who took it down well. And this time it was Guerrero who got himself in the way.
There's a confused look from Alan Kolak. The clock not reading the right thing. Should be 2 minutes of play left. Guerrero fizzing a ball for Turkman. Cicek at the back posts. Rajab in the way. 1 minute left, deemed by the commissioner. All for it to be a footnote. Guerrero. Haddad wants it, gets it. Back for Guerrero! Shafee with a big save. They both smile, the boys from New South Wales. Would have been an ultimate combination if they were to complete it. Dawood. Cicek. Strolling forward, UC7. Dawood with a courageous block. Bezadpour could have controlled it. Turkman for Guerrero, and Shafee will take home a moment to savour.
Super save from Shafee. He's had a good night tonight as well. In between the sticks, had a couple of unfortunate sightings as Haddad had a hit that took a deflection, so it will be another Hume corner. But the Black Army want to take one more for the road with them. Seconds tick away from this evening in Darebin, where the Black Army are looking to march their way closer and closer towards Melbourne Aku and further away from the automatic relegation place. But Carlton Hart occupies 6 points will be the gap. And that is something to make up, considering these two only meet once more. And the Hart play Fitzroy next. Hume, on the other hand, have got a Pascoe Vale side who might well and truly be there for it, as they're heavily depleted after tonight's events. They will come in light and undermanned, whereas the Black Army will be coming in on some good form. That one should be a belter next week.
Rajab, is this the moment for Mad Dog? Kartambis saves. It will be a Carlton corner, and that would have been the moment perhaps we're all looking for in the dying embers of it. Every part of my vocabulary wants to scream out of Shaban Rajab scoring. Can he do it still? Ferrer, Bezadpour, and that will be that. The final score to round out that of round 12. A comprehensive win for the Black Army with some futsal flair about them. They close in on another win this season. Carlton Hart now a 6-point deficit in the automatic relegation position. Full time here. Hume with the win. We'll close out the show with our post-match player interviews. Stay with us for one last time.
You don't win the World Cup or you don't win the European Championship. You need a strong group and everybody go in the same direction. The futsal is totally different than in Europe or in other countries. I think there are good levels here in Australia. There are good players, so they have to work hard. And maybe in the future Australia is in the top.
Testing 1, 2. Jordan Guerrero, welcome to SFV. A win tonight. Your immediate thoughts?
Yeah, it's just it was a good run with the boys. Obviously, getting to meet them for the first time. Sorry, I might as well take it. Yeah, it's good. It seems like a very good group. Obviously, coming down, didn't really have an expectation on what the games are going to be like. Just thought I'd come down and actually help the team with the situation that they're in, as well as come and have some fun, really.
Course and esteemed playing career in New South Wales. Based on one game, how would you compare the two? Both Victoria and New South Wales, that is, in futsal.
Yeah, I think I've used to come back in the past. I've had a stint with Pascoe, I've had a stint with Western Wolves back in the day. So I've had a bit of experience in the past, but I'd say that obviously moving to a 40 by 20 international size pitch is obviously a big move, and I think all the players are going to tremendously benefit from that. So I think the technical side of it's gotten better. Obviously tactical probably be the main difference. Not as a good thing or a bad thing. It's more so just obviously in New South Wales we've had some really good coaches over the time, and in Victoria I'm not too sure. Obviously I know that there's Fernando de Moraes, I know there's Milton Sakos and many others. So I know that there's obviously got some good talent, and yeah, it should be good over the next couple of years.
And just lastly, is this the last time this season we see you for Hume? Have you enjoyed your time enough to come back?
Yeah, I'll definitely be coming back. Get some more games in. I think, like I said, it was coming down to have some fun and obviously get to introduce myself to the boys, and more futsal the better. So thought I'd come down and have some fun with you boys.
Appreciate your time, Jordan Guerrero.
สำหรับผมในกีฬาฟุตซอลครับ2 อย่างที่ต้องมีครับในตัวนักกีฬาฟุตซอลครับก็ระเบียบวินัยแล้วก็ความมุ่งมั่นครับมี2 อย่างนี้ก็ทำให้คุณอาจประสบความสำเร็จได้ครับ
ก็ฟุตซอลเป็นเหมือนชีวิตผมครับเพราะว่าผมทำมันมาตั้งแต่เด็กแล้วก็คิดว่ามันน่าจะเป็นส่วนหนึ่งในชีวิตของผมเลยครับ
ผมเสียสละในกีฬานี้ก็ในเรื่องของเวลาครับเพราะว่าเราต้องทิ้งทุกอย่างไปข้างหลังครับแล้วก็คอนเซนเทรตแล้วก็มีความมุ่งมั่นกับกีฬานี้เพื่อที่จะพัฒนาตัวเองแล้วก็ไปสู่ความสำเร็จครับ
สำหรับต้องมีความมุ่งมั่นแล้วก็ความอดทนแล้วก็ความพยายามครับผมถึงประสบความสำเร็จได้ครับ
พวกเราไม่เคยหยุดไล่ล่าพวกเรามาที่นี่เพื่อพิชิตพวกเราหยุดไม่ได้
Halo, salam olahraga untuk seluruh pencinta futsal di Indonesia. Kami dari Morlan Futsal Club dan Series Futsal akan mengadakan giveaway. Di mana akan dipilih 15 pemenang. Masing-masing pemenang akan mendapatkan.
Chubbs, although it wasn't the result Carlton Heart needed tonight, it was fantastic seeing you back on the playing court. Your immediate thoughts on your return?
On my return, yeah, I guess a little bit positive really. I was glad to be out there. Glad to be able to have a run, have a kick. It's been over 9 months for me now since I played. I'm coming back from a degenerative disc disease, so they're not easy to come back from. But I was pleased to come back, get some minutes in my legs. You know, I felt a bit tired in the legs at times, but it's good to have a run.
For Carlton, hasn't been the season I'm sure envisioned. 1 point earned, almost halfway through the competition now. But there is still somewhat hope.
Yeah.
How do you turn it around now as both player-manager? Well, player-manager, it might be both, but how do we turn things around from a Carlton perspective?
No, Albert and Reese are managing. I'm just in the background trying to help out. Look, I think we're already well on our way to turn it around. I think the boys did well not to drop their heads and push through the entire game. We had chances. Had we taken them, I think we would have put a bit of scoreboard pressure. I like what we got. We've got good young boys. We've brought in some experience to help. And I think we've got potential. I think today the score didn't really reflect the game. I think Hume did really well in holding the ball, but I felt like we copped some sloppy goals, which are easily fixable. And I think we've got a lot of positive signs. I like the squad we have, and I'm not disheartened by today's result. I think we can go a long way.
Is this the last we see of you this season? It was great seeing you tonight. We want to see more of you. Can you give an update on what's going to happen there?
Yeah, I think I'll miss next week just to see how my body goes. I want to make sure that I can be up and about when it's right. But I'll be playing most of the season, I believe, yeah, to see how the body goes. So I want to be around the boys. We've got good young kids, Arman and Lexi, Ollie, Hickey. Like, they're good young players, and I think they need a bit of guidance. So I want to play that role. So I'm glad to be here.
Shmarva Jab, thank you very much for your time.
For improve your career, the group. the group is the key of success. If you don't have a union group, you can win some matches, you can win some tournaments, but